Anybody? We got our witness lined up. The witness is here. Do you know whether the jury is ready?
Not yet.
That got filed on Friday, right now, while we wait for the witness and the jury.
Morning, Chris. Your Honor, this is, and good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to everyone. This is motion limine number 60. And I just have 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
And the import of this, Your Honor, is that the state is calling a witness. His name is Mr. Bush, B-U-S-C-H. And he is the significant other to Jeffrey Williams' mother for a long time. They're not actually married, but they've been together for a long time. And the state has a police report, and they sent out an officer that on January 13, 2015, approximately 1:00 a.m., there's a shooting of a home. That responding officer, stated that he had information that the home is occupied by two persons. One is Mr. Bush, one is Mr. Sturkey, S-T-U-R-K-E-Y. And there was a bullet hole to the front door of the home, and also two vehicles had broken glass based upon what is believed to be projectiles going through the windows of the items of the cars. So what I believe the state is intending to do with Mr. Bush is to relate that he lived there. He doesn't live there, but he'd been there. One of his cars was there. Jeffrey Williams' mother doesn't live there. And they are relating it back to 2+ days before the shooting of Donovan Thomas, and it's, quote, retaliation. The problem I have with this is I don't believe that the nexus has been laid. The state does not allege, I don't believe, who did the drive-by shooting. They are just saying that it was done in retaliation of the killing, and therefore it was targeted to Mr. Bush, who doesn't live there but has ties to that home, and therefore somehow this proves that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the shooting.
Is Mr. Bush the owner of the home?
No,
That part's wrong too.
he is not the owner of the home, but he had lived there previously. He had moved
Okay.
out. So I don't want the court to be misled. He had lived there. It's just he was not living there at that time. He hadn't lived there for quite a while, and Jeffrey Williams' mother was not living there. So to me, there's steps. The way I think, I just think very simply, there's steps missing. What the state is saying is that there's been, I think the number is 40 or 60, I can't remember right now, but retaliatory shootings. And it's just like the court will remember, I believe, the Blue Flame incident. That's one of their retaliatory shootings. And the way the state says that is, well, a gun, shell casings found from a gun, a discharged weapon, are the same type or match shell casings that are found in another incident that relates to this supposed gang shootings back and forth. And the court excluded that witness entirely, told the jurors to ignore the witness or forget the witness unless it ties up later based upon the defense motion. And I feel like this is the same. Without knowing who the shooter is, without knowing the motivation of the shooter, it is pure speculation that this somehow ties back to Jeffrey Williams. And that will be the argument, I believe. That is my motion, and I'd ask, and tighten up all of these supposed retaliatory shootings, because several of them are this, it's the theory, it's really the theory of the prosecution, but we don't go on theories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Love?
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, of course, we do go on circumstantial evidence, and in this particular case, the state is not going to have anyone try and testify that Jeffrey Williams had anything to do with the shooting of the home. Well, he shot up the home where his mother's ex or current was living at the time, or may have lived before then. Our evidence, I believe, is that at the time that officers arrived on the scene, they spoke with this person, Mr. Williams's mom's paramour.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Bush. And that it was conveyed to them that he, along with his roommate, Mr. Sturkey, lived there. So I know the court seems to get conflicting accounts or interpretations of what discovery has shown. And that is why we believe it is vitally important that the jury alone be given the opportunity to decide what weight to give, what information comes before it, and that the state not be curtailed based on the theories of the defense from showing the evidence to the jury and allowing them to make their decisions. We have several interviews. We have witnesses who say things that, and I don't want to try and represent to the court that there's going to be a line drawn that somebody said, I overheard this person say they shot up this house because it belonged to Mr. Sturgis or Mr. Sturkey, or Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey. But what I am saying is that we're getting a lot of these attempts to curtail the state's case by limiting what the state is allowed to put up, as if circumstantial evidence is not a thing. So we'd ask that the court deny the motion in limine and allow the state to put up its strongest case, given that we have the burden of proof, no one else does, and that we should be allowed to put up as much evidence as the court allows us to prove each element of every count and every act in this case that we seek to put up.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to deny this motion in limine. It is given that there is evidence that Mr. Bush had lived at the house, still claimed, some sort of an interest in the house, and is related to Mr. Williams' family, not by blood, but I mean, he has a relationship with that family through Mr. Williams' mother. It's an admissible inference that a jury could draw. So I need to make sure that whomever, if there's going to be a police officer who reports on this, that they don't refer to Mr. Bush as Mr. Williams' stepfather, since it doesn't sound like that's accurate, but.
Right, and to the extent that Mr. Bush referred to himself as any particular way, we would expect to have him testify about that.
I mean, sure, if however he wants to refer to himself, but, so anyway, that's my ruling on that.
Thank you.
Can I
Thank
ask you
you.
a question?
Uh-huh.
Just if it matters to the ruling. Even the police report on page 4 or 5, which I attached to the
Right.
motion, it's the third to last page. Starting at the 6th line from the bottom, Mr. Bush never arrived. What you just heard was just wrong. Mr. Bush wasn't on the scene. It's Mr. Sturkey, the other gentleman, who came on the scene and spoke with law enforcement. Neither was home. No one was home at the time. And Mr. Sturkey appeared, and he advised that Mr. Bush frequents the house but does not stay in the house at night. So Mr. Bush did not arrive on the scene. That's what was just represented to you, if that matters in your ruling.
All right. It does not change my ruling.
We have a continuing objection, Your Honor.
You may. Do you know whether we have Mr. Zachary yet? Is the jury ready now? Okay. All right, let's get Mr. Zachary in and pick up where we left off. Yeah. Come on up to the witness stand. Take your hood off, please. Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Zachary back on the stand. I'll remind you, Mr. Zachary, that you're still under oath. Ms. Love, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. When you testified on Friday that the last grade that you attended was 8th grade, what school were you attending at that time? I'm going to put the microphone closer to you. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into this microphone so that both the court reporter and each of the jurors can hear you as well as the defendants, okay? What school was it that you were attending when you said the last grade that you finished in school was 8th grade?
Oh, it was CEP or Turner School.
Say that again?
CEP or Turner School.
And what does CEP stand for, please?
I don't know.
Was it CREM?
No.
Okay. Where was it located?
Off of Cleveland somewhere.
All right. And what year was that you would have
I don't know.
dropped out of 8th grade?
I don't know.
Mr. Zachary, we were also talking on Friday about an August 5th, 2015 interview that you had with Detectives Gaither and Dennis. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Now, is it that you don't remember talking about it on Friday, or you don't remember the interview in 2015? Which one is it?
I remember having an interview, but I don't remember.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into the microphone and speak loudly enough for the jurors to
I
hear you?
remember having it, but I don't remember.
Okay, you remember having, what don't you remember then?
I just don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, what are you talking about?
I don't remember what happened.
Okay, what happened during the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, since you remember having the interview on August 5th, 2015, when you met with Detectives Gaither and Dennis at the Atlanta Police Department, do you remember them asking you what grade you completed in school?
No.
Do you remember, let me ask you a different question then. Do you remember telling them that you graduated?
That was a lie.
Mr.
I don't
Zachary,
remember.
I can understand. And would you do me a favor? Even if you say it was a lie, if you could just tell me if you remember saying it or not, and then we can get to whatever else you want to say, okay?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember telling them that you graduated?
No.
Do you remember them asking you how far you got in school?
No.
All right. Do you remember, even if you don't remember telling them that you graduated, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether or not 8th grade is what you meant or something else, because people graduate from 8th grade?
I didn't graduate from 8th grade. Last graduation was kindergarten.
Okay,
I was in Turner School, everything else.
okay. So do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether you graduated from, what grade you graduated from? Do you remember her asking
Objection,
that?
relevance.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from 12th grade?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from CREM?
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I have not asked that question at all. I have not asked that question about, that's
Graduated from there.
whether he graduated 12th grade from CREM. I've not asked that question.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated 12th grade from CREM?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not, let me ask you this, since you remember the interview. Do you remember whether anyone was in the interview room when you got there?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you come over to the interview room from the jail or from your home or from somewhere else?
Jail.
So were you in a uniform like like similar to the one you had on Friday, but a different color?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you handcuffed?
I don't know.
Do you remember, since that part you don't remember, do you remember how many people were in the room with you? Do you remember substantially less today than you did on Friday since the weekend?
Friday, I was probably on like 5%, 10 milligrams of morphine. I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember or do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what medicine you were on?
Call for hearsay.
I'm asking, do you know?
He probably ain't never took no drugs.
So that's not answering the question. Do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what drugs you were on?
No,
Were you not present when your doctor said that?
yes, I think.
Okay. Where were you when you heard him say that?
I don't remember, man.
Do you not remember sitting in that chair right there?
I remember him being on the screen.
Okay.
Y'all ain't supposed to have him on the screen.
What now?
Y'all had me high. Y'all just talk me, trick me up doing anything.
Say that for me again.
Y'all ain't even supposed to have him on no TV screen.
What?
I don't, cause I put my business, my medical bill all over that world and something, man.
Okay.
I was high on, I was on medicine, full of medicine. The lawyer was back there arguing with me. I don't remember nothing.
Okay. So you did hear what he said?
I remember him being on the screen. That's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything to anyone that you were not able to proceed or think clearly?
Y'all ain't asked me. I remember that.
Have you answered a few questions since you've been on the stand that I didn't ask you?
I don't know.
All right. Now you are considerably quieter than you were on Friday. Does that medicine make you sleepy or something else?
Relax.
Relax. You seem a little bit more relaxed today.
I'm
So
angry today.
you are or are not?
I'm angry today.
Okay. So you're angry, but have you taken the same medicine today?
No, y'all won't let me get it. Y'all, I'm telling them in pain whole weekend. Y'all got me caged in the house. Y'all down there got my mama like she locked up. Like
And,
can't leave the house, can't do none of that. Like
and that makes you angry with the state, right?
I'm going through withdrawal. Yes, I'm angry.
Okay. You said caged in a house. Are there bars on the home you were in?
No, they telling her when she can leave, this and that. I ain't agree to none of that.
Did the state make you go back to the Fulton County Jail?
See, they should. If I let my family feel like they locked up, I go lay down. I ain't tripping. I ain't one of the people scared to go to jail. I'm did 8, 9 years. I ain't scared of jail.
Okay. Did you want to go back to the jail?
It don't make me none.
Did you tell the court you would rather be in the jail than be at your
Before I
mom's
let
house?
y'all just keep putting my family through this for something I did, I'm a grown man. I got my own house. I got my own everything.
Mr. Zachary, can you allow me to finish asking you questions before you answer? Did you tell the court that you'd rather be in jail than stay
I
at your?
don't know.
Your Honor, would the court please apprise the witness to allow me to finish the question before he answers?
Listen to the whole question before you answer and try to answer the question that is asked, please.
Thank you. Did you ever tell the court that you would rather be in the jail than at your mother's house?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
I might as well. Y'all took my phones. I can't do nothing. I ain't agree to none of that.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
No, I was on house arrest. I'm laying one to my leg.
Okay. So do you now recall graduating from CREM?
No, I never
Objection
graduated.
has been answered.
Have a rule.
Do
Last
you,
graduation was mechanical, everything else was attorney schools. Attorney school don't have graduation.
Okay. Do you recall finishing 12th grade at Cram? You have to answer.
I told you I never made it to no 12th grade.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis in August 5th, 2015, that you finished in either 05 or 09, something like that?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, I don't want to speak in front of the jury. May I approach with the relevance?
yes.
Did you go down? I'm sorry. I left the microphone here. Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department Department. Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department because of a request from Detectives Gaither and Dennis, or did you request to speak with Detectives Gaither and Dennis?
I ain't never request keep no police.
Do you know whether anyone made a request on your behalf?
No, I'm not doing nothing like that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither telling you, okay, so you wanted to speak to us, we're here. You kept trying to get to us, you've been trying to reach us, and now we're here,
No, somebody called him, asked him what was I locked up for. That was it.
okay? So when she said that to you, did you tell her, hey, I didn't call you, I didn't want to talk to you?
I don't remember what I told him.
Okay. If you didn't want to talk to them, did you have the sense that you could tell them you didn't want to talk to them?
No, I don't have no sense at all.
Okay,
Been on drugs my whole life.
okay. Now, when you say you've been on drugs your whole life, what kind of drugs,
Prescription drugs.
sir?
Prescription drugs.
Okay. And do you take the amount of prescription drugs that you are prescribed, or do you take something different, a different amount?
Ain't none of your business.
Okay. Well, do you take an amount more than what the doctor tells you to take?
Ain't none of your business.
Your Honor, with the court? Actually, I withdraw that
Yes.
question.
Okay.
Does the amount of drugs that you take cause you to act a certain way different than you normally act?
It's just the drugs that I get. So, and you take, no matter how many you take.
Does it cause you to act a different way than you would normally act?
Just
What way?
calm. I mean, not really calm, but I don't be focused.
Okay. And when you say that you're not focused, how does that show itself when you're talking to people? What does it look like?
Talk too much.
You talk too much. Okay. And when you're talking too much, do you later regret talking too much, or is it just that why do you feel like you talk too much? What makes it too much? I'll rephrase. When you say you talk too much, what do you mean you talk too much?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know.
When you went down to the police department,
I went down when he took me.
oh, you remember them coming to get
I
you?
know I ain't went nowhere. You gotta go down there yourself.
Say that again?
I went down there myself. I ain't went nowhere myself.
Okay. And when you say they took you, who are you talking about?
Whoever took me, I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember if it was the same people you talked to in the room?
I don't know.
Now, whoever took you, did they threaten you? On the way down there, did they threaten you? Whoever took you from the jail to the police department, did they threaten you?
No, I don't know.
Is it no, or you don't remember? Now, are you taking the drugs now that you said caused you to talk too much?
No, I just told you y'all won't let me go get them on withdrawing.
Okay. When you were in the interview room, or actually walking into the interview room, did anybody threaten you,
I don't know.
sir?
I don't know.
When you got in the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember whether or not you were asked if anyone threatened you?
I don't know.
Mr. Zachary, is it that you don't remember, or you don't want to talk because you're angry?
I said I don't remember.
Okay. Now, did you sign any kind of form saying no one had threatened you and made you any promises?
I don't remember nothing. No years, no months. I don't remember nothing.
Then how did you remember being taken down to the police station from the jail?
Cause I know I ain't went nowhere. I know that.
Okay. Did the drugs that you were on Friday help you remember that you were interviewed in August 2015?
No, I told I've been. Remember, I just don't remember what happened.
When you say I've been remembered, what are you talking about, Mr. Zachary?
I'm on probation for this interview. For this, I'm on probation, so I know what I'm on probation for.
Okay, I'm not asking you about probation. I'm just asking you about the interview. When you said that you remembered on Friday, did the drugs that you were taking help you remember that you had the
I don't
interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you offered the opportunity to have a lawyer if you wanted one?
I don't know.
When you were in that interview room in August of 2015, had you already been arrested and released from jail for that May incident at the gas station where you had the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, do you remember how long you were out from when you were released then and got back in jail and ended up in that interview room?
I don't know. It made August. It had to be a
Okay.
month or two.
Do you know what you were arrested for in August? If it wasn't that gun?
I just told you I know what I'm on probation for. Yes, I remember. I'm arrested.
Okay. So since the jury doesn't know, and I need you not to get into the details of things I don't ask you about, but could you just answer what it was that you were arrested for on the day you talked to the police in August, on August 5th, 2015? Do you remember what charges or what date or anything about it?
13 aggravated assaults. I think.
13 aggravated assaults?
Yes.
Okay. And were they aggravated assaults that had happened around April?
Yes.
All right. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
You just said April.
I know what I said, but you're the only one that can give testimony. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
What you mean any other days?
Was April the only date that you had warrants for aggravated assaults for when you talked to the police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time, did you have a lawyer in August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you ever get a lawyer after August 5th, 2015 to represent you on those charges you were arrested on?
Yes.
And did that same lawyer represent you on the charges with the gun or somebody different?
Yes. Same lawyer.
Same lawyer? Okay. Did you ever ask for that lawyer in the interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing. I know August 5th.
Did you sign any papers saying that you understood your rights in that interview with Gaither and Dennis?
I don't understand nothing. I don't know. I just probably signed. I don't understand nothing.
When you say you don't understand nothing, tell the jury what you mean, please.
I don't understand nothing.
What does that mean?
I don't understand.
You understand what we're talking about though, right?
Not really.
You don't understand the questions that I'm asking.
I understand about my case. That's all I understand about.
Okay.
Because I
Yeah.
know what I'm on probation for.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, would you please tell me I don't understand so that I can clarify? Will you do that for me and for us?
Right.
Sir?
So I,
Thank you. All right. Did you sign a piece of paper when you talked to Detective Gaither and Dennis in 2015 saying, I understand my rights?
Obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So you wish you did not
I
understand?
said, obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So why do you say obviously you didn't understand them, Mr. Zachary?
I had no damn business right there.
Sir?
I had no business right there.
Mr. Zachary, could you speak into the
I
microphone?
had no business right there.
You have no business right there?
Yeah.
Right where?
Talking to no police.
Why? Why did you smack your lips just now?
Nothing. I don't know.
You don't remember why you smacked your lips just now? Okay. Do you regret talking to the police back then?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you regret it?
Because y'all playing with people's lives.
All right. At the time you talked to them, did you feel like the police were playing with people's lives?
I was young and dumb.
Okay, that's not the question. And I don't think you're ever done. At the time you talked to the police in August 2015, did you think the police were playing with people's lives?
I always thought the police play with people's lives.
Okay. And how old were you in August 2015?
20.
Sir?
20.
Did you have any trouble reading and understanding the papers that were put in front of you when you went to talk to Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
You say what?
Did you have any problem understanding the papers that were put in front of you, like the stuff that when they had your rights on them?
Yes. I ain't understand nothing. I don't know how to read or write. If you look at right, you know I don't.
You said you don't know how to read or write. Is that what you said?
No, I don't.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, why, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying, but can you just answer the question for the jury? Because they don't know.
No, I do not know how to read or write.
Okay. Can you write your name?
Barely.
Okay. Can you spell?
My name.
Is your name the only thing that you can spell?
I spell little stuff.
What's little stuff?
3-letter words.
3-letter words? Do you know how to spell your mother's name? That's a fair question. It has more than 3.
It had 4.
Okay, but you know how to spell it, right?
It had 4 letters.
Okay, but is that a yes? For the jury, I'm not the one that needs the information.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay. August 5th, 2015. Do you now live in the same place you lived then?
Yes.
Okay. You currently live in the same spot you lived in August.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Did you know the address that you lived at in August 2015?
Say that. Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to say it. All right. And you still remember and know the address today?
It's still the same address.
Okay. Is that the place that you grew up?
Yes.
Am I correct, given what you said Friday, that it was on somewhere on Cleveland? Not gonna say where.
Yes.
All right. And is that place a house or an apartment or something else?
Apartments.
Did you tell Detective Gaither your address on August 5th, 2015? Did she ask you your address on August 5th, 2015?
2015
Okay.
case.
Say that again?
I don't remember nothing but my case I'm on probation for.
Okay. Do you remember talking about the case you're on probation for in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you know your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
Still the same phone number.
I got you.
Close it already.
You did, but did you know it on August 5th, 2015? If you don't remember whether you knew it, do you know the last time or the first time you learned your mama's phone number? Your Honor, prying into the witness's answer, would the court allow me some leeway to establish when he would have learned his mother's phone number? Because that is the phone number as relevant. No? Okay. Did you give the police your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
What's your middle initial?
T.
Does that stand for Tyshawn?
Think, yeah.
Did it stand for Tyshawn on August 5th, 2015?
I get been like that my whole life, I guess.
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that was your middle name on August 5th, 2015?
I don't ever remember telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Sir?
I don't remember ever telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither that you could read and write when you talked to him in August 2015?
Another lie, I don't remember.
Okay. When you say another lie, I don't remember. Those are two different things. So tell the jury which one it is. Okay. So you're not saying it was another lie. You're just saying you don't
I know I
remember.
can't read and write, but I don't remember telling them that.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis to go first after being asked, what did you want to talk to us about?
No.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you, let's talk about this, what you've been charged with?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, what do you have to say about this case?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I wasn't there that night?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You paused a little bit. Were you trying to think about what you said? Trying to remember?
I don't remember.
And just now when you paused, what were you what were you doing?
Listen, me, love. I got ADHD. My mind all over the place. And I'm up there in pain. Herman, can you just please answer me questions, please?
Let me ask you this. The medications that you said you were supposed to take or you normally take, are they kept at your mom's home?
I don't live with my mama.
Okay. Were you given those medicines when you were at the jail before you went to your mom's home?
Jail don't give you narcotics.
What about at Grady before you went to your mom's home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you given the ability to get medical attention if you needed it while you were at your mom's home over the weekend?
Well, my condition, I only got one. You can only see one doctor.
What now?
With my condition, I can only see one doctor.
Okay. Is that condition ADHD that you were just talking about? The jury doesn't know anything about your condition.
No,
Okay.
my mom won't let me take that medicine.
Your mom won't let you take what medicine?
ADHD.
Okay. So the condition that you were talking about, that you see one doctor, do you not have any of that medicine?
No, I don't.
Did you not have access to it?
I don't have access.
Okay. Are you able to say where it is so somebody can get it for you?
South Carolina.
So, did you have it at Grady?
Yes, but they don't prescribe it to you when you get discharged.
Okay. Will it help you if we get ready to bring your medicine?
You can do that.
I'm asking you a question. Will it help you if we get ready to bring you your medicine?
I'm just ready to get it over with. Like,
I-
don't wanna
I
keep
get it.
prolonging. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering.
Okay, well, will it help you in any way if we
I'm
get,
answering your question, man.
you didn't
answering
answer
your
my
question.
question.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
Listen to the question she's asking now and answer that one.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
I get it, but will it help you?
No.
Mr. Zachary, tell the jury who If Gang is.
I don't know. The name sound. I don't know.
I need you to tell the jury. Look at the jury and tell them.
I do not know.
Is it your testimony under oath that you have no idea who If Gang is?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever known who If Gang is?
I don't know.
August 5th, 2015, did you know who If Gang was?
I don't know.
In that interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell them about If Gang?
How am I telling about something I don't know about? I don't know.
So is it that you didn't know about it or you don't remember
I don't
whether you
know.
know about it? Do you remember Friday talking about the fact that Lil D or Demikion was the first person you heard about the shootings or that you learned talked about the shootings on Adele Avenue off Martin Luther King?
I don't know.
Was it your girlfriend SG who told you about the shootings?
I don't know. That's not my girlfriend.
Was she your girlfriend back in August 2015?
I don't know.
Did you testify last week on Friday that she was? Because I used initials then too.
I don't remember we were going together in August, but I used to go with y'all.
When'd you go with her?
2014, beginning of 15.
You remember when y'all broke up?
I don't remember. I was on house arrest. I don't remember.
When were you on house arrest?
I don't remember. I just know it was 2015.
So is it safe to say if you were not on house arrest in April 2015, y'all were still together?
I don't know.
All right. Would you tell the jury if you know anything about Nine Deuce?
But there's some liquor.
I don't know. You tell me.
No,
You don't know anything about Nine Deuce. Do you know any?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it you don't remember or you don't know?
I don't know or remember. I don't know or remember.
Okay.
Both.
Both. Now, do you tell the jury if you know anything about Haiti Gang?
I don't know.
Right. On Friday, when you talked about Demikion and Moontook coming to get you, and you said that they met you at the gas station, the BP on Cleveland Avenue. Do you now remember saying that, or do you not remember?
I know what I'm on probation for. That's all I know.
Okay.
Yes, I remember the night. I remember the shooting. That's the only thing I know.
Okay, all right, thank you. That night, since you remember the night, were you ever at your house on Cleveland that night?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't remember everything about the shooting, the house, the stuff that you're on probation for?
No, I think I was high that night.
Okay. Did being high that night keep you from telling the jury Friday what you remember?
I just told you. Friday, I was on medicine.
Okay. Without being on the medicine today, are you saying you can't remember whether you were at your house on Cleveland?
can't remember. I
April
told you,
28th.
I just told you I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Gaither and Dennis, after saying that you weren't there that night, when they asked you to talk about your case, do you remember them asking you where you were that night? Mr. Zachary, have you watched any of the social media or any of the prior testimony of other witnesses, any witnesses, any TikToks, any reels, or anything at all about other people testifying in this case?
I ain't no TikTok person. I don't
Okay,
know
that's
social
fine.
media.
So is that a no? You've not seen any other testimony in any other way in this case?
No.
So you have no idea who else is testifying?
No.
Okay. Were you told by anybody to just say, I don't remember?
Not tell me what to say. I'm a grown man.
Okay. You're a grown man. Does being a grown man mean nobody can tell you what to say though?
Yes.
Okay. Did Summer come over to your house on April 28, 2015, before you knew about Lil D getting beaten up at Crucial?
No.
Did you tell the police that she did on August 5th, 2015?
Can I explain?
Yes, you can.
How it go from her coming to my house and telling me to me going to get her? It don't make sense. I don't remember nothing. I don't remember
Okay.
it happened like that.
Okay, that was a question that I can't answer, but can you tell the jury whether you told the police that she came to your house and told you Lil D got jumped at Crucial?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling the police you were at the same address that you had given them earlier in the interview on Cleveland when she came?
I don't know.
Do you remember? Let me ask you this. On Friday, and you're gonna have to help me remember, did you testify that Summer had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
Did Summer get shot at?
I think so.
All right. When did Summer get shot at?
They shot at my cousin's house.
Huh?
Somebody shot at my cousin's house.
Okay. Which cousin?
Alexis.
And what's Alexis's last name?
Right.
Okay. Now, were you at Alexis's house when it got shot at?
I wasn't there, but I was there.
Okay. What do you mean when you say you weren't there, but you were there?
I was coming there. I
Okay.
was on the way there.
All right. And was that after Summer called you and told you about it, or saw you and told you about it?
I never saw her until after.
Okay, thank you. So did Summer tell you about Alexis's house getting shot up when she came to see you at your house?
She ain't come see me. Why you keep saying come see me? I just told you I didn't see her until after the fact when I went and got her.
Okay. And did she just tell you that Alexis had gotten shot at, or that she herself had gotten shot at?
I saw it from my own 2 eyes.
What did you see?
Somebody shooting at my house.
Shooting at Alexis's house?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever tell the police on August 5th, 2015, that Summer told you she had gotten shot at?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't remember.
All right. So is it safe to say you don't remember whether that was April 28, 2015?
It's the night I caught my case. I'm on probation for. I know what day I caught that for. You keep asking me that. I told you I know what I'm on probation for.
I got you. Do you understand that the jurors don't know anything about you?
I just said it 10 times.
I know, but the questions I'm asking, could you please just answer those?
Yeah, man.
Thank you. All right. Who was it that shot up
or shot at? What group of people, if there was, that shot at Alexis's house?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling police it was If Gang? If Gang had pulled up at your cousin's house?
I don't know.
Now, who did Alexis go with on April 28, 2015?
Everybody. I don't
All
know.
right. Do you know who Tay is? A guy you call Threat. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Who is Tay?
He dead. I don't want to speak on the dead.
I understand you don't want to speak on the dead. And please take my condolences for Tay's death. Was Tay a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right. How long ago did he transition?
A couple months ago, I think.
A couple of months ago? All right. And I am sorry. Did the police, when you were talking to him, did they know Tay?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know.
Was Tay's name Trevante?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember whether Gaither asked you, is Tay Trevante?
I don't know. I don't know his name.
And did you tell her at that time, I don't know his name? All right. Was Alexis or Summer going in the house when If Gang started shooting at the house?
I don't know.
You said you saw them shooting at the house.
I never say who I saw shooting.
I get it. But you say you saw somebody shooting at the house? Where did she live?
Counting.
What was the name of the homes or place where she lived? Did Alexis and Tay live together?
I don't know.
Did you tell police that they did?
I don't know.
Now, where did you see the people shooting from? Were they standing in the middle of the street?
I don't know. I was in and out of. I told you I forgot. I don't know.
All right, but did you just say you remember seeing them shoot at her?
That's all I remember.
Okay, what then do you remember about that?
Just heard gunshots and I think I saw cars in front of the house or something. I don't know.
Now, when you get to her house, is it that's something that you can see right out Campbellton, or do you have to go into some kind of complex?
Apartments, I think.
All right. Is that apartment, was it gated at the time? You know, did you have to run through a gate or get a gate code?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you had to go in through a gate
Yes.
that had a code. All right. And was this apartment complex like a tiny one with about 5 units, or was it a bigger complex?
Big
All right. And did the apartment complex, was it a tiny one like up front, or did it go like deep into the complex?
I don't remember, love.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you saw If Gang shooting from the parking lot, like deep in the parking lot?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that Summer told you, or Alexis told you, that If Gang was shooting at them from deep in the parking lot?
I don't know.
Does the name Landrum Apartments sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you know where Landrum Apartments
I
are?
know a street.
Huh?
I know a street called Landrum, I think.
Okay. And where is Landrum in relation to Campbellton?
Off same street.
I'm sorry.
I think it's off of County.
Okay. Now, once you get off, I guess, do you get to 285 to get to Campbellton and then get off on Landrum? Is that how you would get there?
I don't know.
Do you know how you would get there today?
I don't know.
Okay. Are those apartments still there?
I don't know.
Is that in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis it was in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis whether Landrum was off Campbellton?
I just told you it was off campus.
I know, but did you tell that?
I told you I don't remember telling them nothing.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that Trevante or Tay or Threat stays at those
I never
apartments?
said no Trevante. I don't know who Trevante is.
Okay. Did you tell them that Tay or Threat stayed
I
at
don't
those
remember.
apartments?
I told them my cousin stayed up probably. If I said that,
Huh?
I know from my Discovery package, I said my cousin stayed there. I never said, I don't remember saying no Tay, none of that.
Now, you said you know from your Discovery page. So who has your Discovery page right now? Did you have a copy of it this weekend?
No.
Did the state give you a copy of it this weekend?
No.
All right. Did the state give you anything to review since we've been trying to get you in here to testify?
A leg monitor.
A leg monitor. You don't review a leg monitor though, right?
Yeah, looking at it.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to read before you came in here?
I don't know how to read.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to listen to before you came in here?
No.
Okay. Now your discovery packet, where did you get that from?
And that
All right. Who gave it to you?
a lawyer.
When's the last time you looked at it?
I ain't really looked at it. I probably had somebody read it to me before.
When was the last time you had it in your hand and somebody or you or somebody figured out what was in it?
Probably when I was in prison,
How long ago was that?
2022.
Okay. You remember what was in the discovery packet from 2022?
I'm on probation for it. I had to report every month.
I understand. You just talked about seeing something in your discovery packet. You remember that from 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now, you don't remember, or do you remember if you read it or if somebody read it to
I
you?
told you I don't know how to read, somebody read it to me.
Is Alexis Bryant your blood cousin?
Yes.
Were the people you saw shooting at Alexis Bryant that you testified today, you saw shooting at her house, were they shooting at her house before or after Lil D got jumped on at the club?
That'd be awful.
Why you say that?
Because I ain't go to no club. I don't remember nothing about no club.
Okay. And do you know whether the people shooting at Landrum shot at Landrum before or after all the other shootings happened?
I think it's before.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that it happened after, they happened last, after all the shootings?
I don't remember saying anything like that.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything like anything?
No.
Do you remember hearing from Montgomery the night of April 28, 2015?
Here from I was in the car with, but I don't remember hearing from him.
Did you get a call from Montgomery or did you call Montgomery?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when it was that you talked to Montgomery, like in the early morning hours?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying it was in the early morning hours that y'all talked or that you got the call from him?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you discuss the fact that Montgomery was cussing out Lil D?
At the time, I think I was trying to free Montgomery, so I was just saying whatever the problem.
Please look at the jury and tell them what you mean by that.
What I mean by what?
At the time, I think I was just trying to free Montgomery, so I was telling him whatever.
Yeah, I knew I was going to jail,
Mhm.
so I just tried to make it easy on Montgomery.
And when you said that, who were you trying to make it easier on Montgomery with?
Holy,
And which police were you,
I don't know.
okay. Did you talk to anybody other than Gaither and Dennis?
I don't know.
So how was telling the police that Moontoon was fussing or cussing at Lil D, on how on earth was that gonna help Moontoon?
How on earth was it gonna help my son?
Mhm.
Cause I was letting him know that he truly ain't had nothing to do with it. Ain't want nothing to do with it.
Say, I'm sorry, what now?
Cause I was letting him know he truly ain't want nothing to do with it.
He or you?
He,
Okay. Why did you feel it necessary to let the police know that Moontoon truly didn't have anything to do with it?
he did.
Okay, but why did you find it necessary to tell them that?
Cause why would I just? Me and Moontoon had a bad relationship than anybody, so I
Had
knew
the-
I was going to jail.
You had the best relationship, you said?
Yeah.
Did the police bring up Moontoon before you brought up Moontoon? Or did you bring him up first?
I told you, I already had knew what I was going to jail for, and I knew what was said. So I had to go along with what was said.
Okay, and when you say you told me that was Friday, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you say that you knew what was said, does that mean that you brought up Moontoon first in the interview with police? To try and help him?
I knew what was said. I told you before that. I told you. I already knew.
Okay. So go on.
I don't remember none of it.
Okay. So is that why you brought up Moontoon first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Now, I get that part, but can you tell the jury why Moontoon cussing out Lil D helps Moontoon? Him cussing out Lil D, not that he wasn't there, just him cussing out Lil D.
Cause he
Objection
probably
asked and answered.
Judge, I have every rule. You can go ahead. Judge said you could.
Cause he want nothing to do with the problem. I don't know. You gotta ask him.
Mr. Zachary, what do you mean when you say he didn't want anything to do with it? Probably you have to ask him. What do you mean?
He grown. He ain't. We was young. He was grown. He ain't like that.
And by he, are you talking about Mr. Sledge, Moontoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he's grown, he didn't want to have anything to do with it. What are you talking about?
The whole night. It was my. I did everything. I know I did it. I did a lot of stuff myself.
Uh-huh.
Moontoon ain't did nothing.
Okay. And is that the first thing you said to police? Moontoon had nothing to do with this.
9 times out of 10, yeah.
Okay. Now, how does Moontoon cussing at Lil D help Moontoon? That just the cussing part.
I don't know. Probably putting us in situation. I don't know. I don't remember what it was for. I don't know.
Putting who in the situation? Mr.
I
Zachary?
don't know.
Okay. Are you gonna say you don't remember every time you get frustrated?
I'm gonna say I don't remember everything you asked me
Why?
because I don't remember.
Were there some things though that you do remember, right?
I remember I'm on probation for.
Do you remember, or can you tell the jury if Lil D told Moontoon that he was shooting at somebody that night?
He didn't shoot at nobody that night.
Do you remember telling police about Lil D telling Moontoon that either he was shooting at somebody or somebody was shooting at him?
I don't know.
Do you remember what Moontoon was cussing at Lil D about?
I already answered that question.
That he didn't want to be involved in it?
I don't know.
Do you remember that Moontoon telling Lil D, you gotta find a ride. You gotta find your own ride.
I don't know.
Was Lil D trying to get Moontoon involved in that stuff y'all were involved with?
Objection calls for speculation.
Were you around when Lil D was talking to Moontoon?
I don't know.
When you talked to Lil D and got whatever you got from him, did he give you the impression that he was trying to get Moontoon involved in what was going on?
I talked to Lil D.
Huh?
When did I say I talked to Lil D?
So you never talked to Lil D about what happened on April 28th?
No, he got whatever happened to him. If he called me, I know I'm coming.
Why? Why do you know you're coming?
Cause I love him.
You love Lil D?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that Lil D told you the next morning that they had shot up the house?
I don't remember, but it probably was a lie.
You said what now?
I don't remember. It probably was a lie because how can you tell me if I was there?
You okay? It was probably a lie. All right. Now you said you don't know Lil D by any other name than Lil D, or do you know him by Demekion now?
I'm on case for it.
All right.
Man.
You knew his name then?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, when you say Lil D, did you mean Demekion? Do you remember Gaither asking you that? Then do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
Have a roll.
Do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
I don't know.
Do you remember Detective Gaither then asking you, you talking about Lil D from 30D, from Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Is Lil D from 30D?
I don't know.
You said you love him like a brother, right?
Yeah.
Huh? You said you known him a long time, right?
I know him from Capitol Home. I don't know him from Mechanical.
All right. And what part of town is Capitol Homes in?
Downtown.
All right. What about 30D? Where is that?
I don't know.
What is 30D?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about 30D?
I don't know.
You what?
I don't know.
You don't know? Did Demekion tell you who had shot at the houses?
How can he tell me if I was there?
Did you tell police initially that Demekion told you who had shot at the houses?
I don't know.
Did Demekion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Traydon and Demekion shot at the house? Your Honor, actually, I'd like to approach and not have this right on the record.
I understand. Let's take our morning break. Anyway, it's almost time for bathroom break. Mr. Zachary, you can step outside. Hmm? Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it.
Was that just outside the jury? Okay, Your Honor, I think the objection from counsel for defendant Williams was
Spilling the beans hearsay, something like that. And not co-conspirator. And the question that I had asked before that objection was made was, did Lil D tell you that they had shot at the houses? And did Lil D tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Traydon shot at the houses? Now, this is not hearsay or spilling the beans for two reasons. One, because he later, when confronted with knowledge police had, told the truth. But first, he lied and said Lil D told him X, Y, and Z. So we're not offering this to prove that Lil D told him that. Our belief is that Lil D didn't tell him that. But we do need to show, when he's sitting here telling the jury on Friday, that he and Lil D came up with a play, and that play involved implicating Motuk, and that Lil D told him that Lil D had told the police on him, Quindarius, and Motuk, and that he wanted to get back at Lil D for implicating Motuk. So therefore he said Shannon. All of what really happened is very important. So when he starts out talking about the fact that Summer told me this, Lil D told me that, he's trying to keep himself out of it versus what he said on Friday, which was, I went down there to give them the story that I had essentially concocted with Lil D. All of what he told them when he first went in is therefore very important for the jury to see that was a lie. What he told the police, what he told them on Friday was a lie. What he told the police was a lie, and how the police were able to actually get to the truth. Now, if he had come in here talking and, responding, at least responding, as opposed to doing what it seems everyone has decided to take on and do and come back after a certain time and not remember anything, then we would have been a lot further along. That he had come in here and kept with the same, whatever it was he was trying to say on Friday. But right now we're at a point where he's partly saying, I was there. That's fine. He wants to only talk about himself. That's consistent with a lot of things that we've seen in this trial. And he's trying to avoid talking about anybody else. So having him testify about essentially what lie he told the police, because we've had a lot of instances where he said, I lied. And then showing what he later told police when confronted with facts that the police did have, it allows us to do exactly what the rules of evidence are designed for, which is to put all of the facts in front of the jury and allow them to draw inferences from those facts. This is not hearsay offered for the truth of that matter asserted. It is statements that he gave to the police to cover up his involvement. It is an inconsistent statement with what he said on Friday. So that prior inconsistent statement, I believe, gets us past a hearsay objection. We're not offering it for the truth of what Demekian did or didn't say. And later when he says, when confronted, you lying, Detective Gaither literally got ready to get up and leave, and he starts telling the truth, the jury ought to be able to hear all that. Hiding all that from the jury obscures from the jury pertinent information we believe they need to assess the credibility of his testimony on the stand and what he told the police during the interview.
All right, if it's not being offered for the truth, then it is not subject to a hearsay objection.
I believe it is being offered for the truth, but whatever the court finds. And also, my bigger objection is I witnessed the district attorney just leaning down on her table and reading potentially or surmising from a supposed transcript in front of the jury. Does not give this witness, who keeps saying, I don't recall, it was a 9-year ago statement. He said he has reviewed nothing for his testimony. And I believe that under 613, which is 24-6-613B, it needs to come in evidence to impeach him, or he needs to be given an opportunity to review what he said rather than the district attorney just say, did you say this? He said, I don't remember, and then move on.
He has basically said he is not going to, preemptively, not going to remember anything other than things about his own probation. So honestly, I think at this point, we've
Yeah.
laid a foundation that he's not going to remember anything in this interview.
Your Honor, I understand what the court surmises so far, but Your Honor, I also know that there are particular parts of this interview that this witness has said certain things because of that. If we were to, as in the past, if we attempted to just based on those statements, because the court sees he's remembering some things and he's not remembering others. And I think it's very important for the jury to see his selective memory. So if we were to simply say, okay, we're just going to play the statement now, we don't believe that, and I understand that the court wishes to, further things along, but if we don't allow the jury to see what his selective memory entails, that we are hiding things from the jury that are very relevant to their making a decision about what they should believe and what they should not believe. We have had circumstances, I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but we've had circumstances where we have done exactly that. There's been, the assertion that he said he doesn't remember. Then we go and try and play the whole thing. And then there's the assertion she didn't confront him with that. And of course, 613, there's nothing that requires us to show him anything. But another thing is he didn't want to meet with us or talk to us. So
Yeah, he doesn't have to be presented with the actual transcript. And I mean, so that's a, 200, 300 page transcript you've got in front of you?
it is, and some
300
things,
pages?
it's 275.
Going page by page through it? Because that's really not necessary.
Judge, I'm meeting him, and I'm not gonna say page by page, but the things that are important, and even like what I'm holding, I can hide it in a book, but what I'm holding is immaterial to any evidentiary matter. I'm not putting it in front of the witness, asking him to read it.
I don't know
I'm
if you
reading
read
notes.
from it, that's fine with me. I mean, there's nothing objectionable about that.
And I'm reading notes from something that I have in my hand, much, like anyone does. And so I believe that we should be allowed to ask this witness all the necessary probing questions. I don't believe that the defense is the only one that we have the burden of proof.
I understand that, you don't need to keep saying that.
And I don't believe that it should only be the defense that gets to question a witness, when at this point, we have a witness who, as we've represented to the court, has said in the presence of his dad, or his dad has said in his presence, and he's accepted and took that on as his assertion too. We don't have to testify. I'm gonna call Max Sharp and Brian Steele. That's what he said. So we should be allowed to put all of the facts in front of the jury that this witness said, because frankly, he said a lot, and him simply asserting he don't want to get it. He does. Country came out. He does not want to get into what he told the police. He does not want to remember because it's damning to his friends. And so we believe that the jury should be allowed to see what part he's willing to acknowledge and what part he's not willing to acknowledge. Because frankly, I don't know what part that is.
Well, if you want to get on to some other parts and find out, but this is just belaboring everything
It's-
entirely too much.
It sounds like it is with respect, Your Honor, but it is not, because let me say this. Every one of these retaliatory shootings, they involve the things that I'm asking him about. I'm not asking him about immaterial, irrelevant stuff. And I get that the court is a little bit, maybe tired of the state asking questions. And I hate that, but the state can't truncate its duty because the defense doesn't want us to present everything to the jury. And this witness can't hijack, no one can hijack the state's case by pretending not to remember and then selectively remembering certain things that he thinks is going to help the defense. That's not fair to the state, to the victims, or to this side, period. And I believe that in the spirit of in the adversarial spirit that our rules of evidence are designed around, and given the spirit of admissibility that is enshrined in our rules of evidence, and given the reason that I'm doing it, and I'm not trying to belabor anything, this is important and detailed information. I'm not saying, did you say the or a or and? I have notes that allow me to get to specific points. This is not even like me being broad and coming back. This is me asking this witness very important things that the jury needs to hear in order to make their determinations in the end. And I asked the court, since this is a very important case with very intricate facts and very intricate law that the court is going to give them at the end, that the court allow me to thoroughly examine my witness the way that I believe is appropriate, as opposed to the way that Mr. Steele, Mr. Sharp, or anyone else
It has
wants me
nothing to
to.
do with who thinks what is appropriate. It has to do with, following the rules of evidence and getting on with this incredibly lengthy trial. So what's something that he told the police that you think is, true and that you want out?
Everything that I'm asking him, Judge, and let me also say, getting along with this very lengthy trial, it should not cause the court to essentially gut the state's ability to prove and adequately prove its case. And objections based on, I don't know what the objections from the defense, of course they don't want this out, Your Honor, but this is not being asked in a way to belabor anything. There's a ton of stuff. I could sit here and read to you the notes that I have and to let you know, but Your Honor, the court hasn't, I don't believe the court has had the time and ability to read all of this case here and know why each of what I'm asking is relevant, because it might not seem relevant to the court. But in the end, the jury is going to be asked to make a determination, and we're going to be making arguments based on details that were presented.
It just seems like there's a more direct way to impeach somebody, if that's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to ask him, I'm not necessarily trying to impeach him. I'm trying to ask him to tell the truth. And if he doesn't, then I have to impeach him. I want him to tell the jury the truth. And if he's not willing to do that, only then do I have to impeach him.
I think it's pretty clear that he is not willing to say anything that's in this interview, because he has already told you, I don't remember anything about that. Nothing, zero.
I apologize for interrupting. Oddly enough, though, he has told us some stuff that's in this.
Well, maybe Friday he did, but
No, today he
he's not.
has. Today he has as well. And the court won't know that because the court, is not taking sides, and the court doesn't have what I have in front of me. So the court doesn't know that, but he has. So I would ask the court to allow the state to conduct its examination in accordance with the rules of evidence. And until I do something that is not proper, that has an objection that the court deems should be sustained, and I don't believe, let's cut her short because she might be, getting too much information out of this witness or going to be doing too much damage. If the court remembers, the objection that they had last week was, Judge, if he gets up there and says, I don't remember, or if he falls out, or if he does this, there were all these predictions about what is going to happen with this particular witness. There was the prediction that they don't even believe he's going to come, made on Monday or Friday, week before. All of these things surrounding what happens if he doesn't remember or doesn't talk. He was talking Friday. I don't know what he decided, who he talked to, wasn't supposed to talk to anybody, but he comes in today with I don't remember, obviously with the intent to hamstring the state's ability to get pertinent information in front of the jury. And frankly, that should not be allowed. That is not right. It is not in keeping with the
I guess I'm
spirit.
just saying, let's go ahead and get to the pertinent information.
Judge, this is the very pertinent information. I'm not misrepresenting anything to the court at all. I mean, we could sit there and I can go show you line for line. I don't think that's required. I don't think that's what the court wants. But I believe that the court ought to allow the state the ability to prove its case as a state.
I understand. I'm not trying to prevent anybody from making their case. So the objection was hearsay, and you were saying that you weren't offering it for the truth. And I guess, do you expect the answer to be no, Demekion didn't tell me that?
I know for a fact that later on in the interview, when confronted with, when Gaither literally gets up ready to leave, he starts admitting the truth. He starts admitting something different. So correct. I believe that his account that Demekion is the reason he knows certain things is not true. And I have to present, and I'm not going to hide from the jury the fact that he first lied, because that would be the first thing they say when they get up on cross. You lied at first, and you were in Fulton County Blues, and so you lied, you just lied all throughout trying to help yourself. I think it is very relevant and very important that the state be allowed to put up its case in a way that is impactful, effective, ethical, permissible, and right, and within keeping of the rules of evidence.
Okay, so anyway, that my ruling on the hearsay stands.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I believe that the way that the prosecutor's doing it, though, violates OCGA 24-6-613. I cite this 24-6-613. I cite to this honorable court Rozier, R-O-Z-I-E-R, versus State, 365 Georgia Appeal, 178 in Division 2, 877 Southeast 2D, 855, 2022 case. And I specifically rely upon the fact that the witness said that I don't remember, some things he does remember, and then it's extrinsic. He's being impeached with extrinsic evidence. So that may make, you meant to make the decision, I may have another objection, but his prior video, audio statement admissible to impeach. But
Yes, it does.
but what the prosecutor's doing is she is taking the hearsay. Did Detective Gaither say this? Did Detective Gaither do this? And then just moving on. That's not impeachment. And what I believe may happen is when the state calls Detective Gaither, they're going to try to play this recording. I will be objecting because they did not give this witness, which it says in Rozier, the opportunity to see the prior statement and explain it if he can. That's my objection.
I mean, that's what I wish you would get to.
Judge.
Is, is XYZ true? Well, then,
Judge,
here you said it. Explain it.
Judge, number one, it would be hearsay if I were to just ask him, did you say this in a certain interview? I have to first ask him, is it like, did you do this? And then if he says yes or no, well, then I have to confront him, bring to mind the
Why are we
time.
getting to the facts though? Why? It's not really that it matters. Did you say this? If we know he said it, just ask him, is it true? And then impeach him with his statement.
Because whether or not it's true is entirely different from what, okay, I'll back it up. For a statement, a prior inconsistent statement to be substantive evidence and not just impeachment, Your Honor, we have to ask the witness whether the fact of the statement is true.
That is what I'm saying.
And him saying to police one thing and then saying to us another only means that he said it to the police once, said it to us another way, not whether or not the fact of the matter has not been presented to him. We have to ask him the fact. In other words,
That's what you don't seem to be doing. though.
that is exactly what I'm doing, Your Honor, with respect. It's as if saying, okay, did you bite the apple? You don't ask him if he bit the apple, but you ask, did you tell the police that you bit the apple? He says, I don't remember. And then we learn he told the police that he bit the apple. Guess what it shows? Nothing. Even though the two statements are inconsistent, because nobody ever presented him with a plain basic question, did you bite the apple? It just shows,
But you're not doing that either.
actually I am. I asked him, did they shoot at the house? It's the only time you get me asking whether or not you told the police anything is after I asked him, did a certain thing happen? Were you at your house? Was your house on Cleveland? Did Summer come and wake you up? When he says either no, I don't know, I don't remember, you know it didn't, I go and then say, did you tell the police that you did? I have to confront him with it. And then when he says yes, no, maybe, I have to bring in either the statement or the officer that he told to show that he said it, because only then do I show that that prior statement of no, someone didn't come to my house, no, this didn't happen, is untrue by showing what he said to the police.
All right, let's take a bathroom break. If anybody needs to go, quickly.
It's about, without asking him about that first, on appeal, if there is an appeal, and all I ask is, did you tell the police X?
I want you to ask the fact. That seems much more relevant than what you told or didn't tell the police.
Right, so that's what I was doing, and that's what I thank you. That was all I was gonna say, because without it, all that we have is you told the police and you didn't. You don't have the facts. And so, thank you.
And briefly, Your Honor, if the state intends, I'd like to raise a 403 objection. If the state intends to go line by line, or pretty much line by line,
That would be
through a
sustained.
300-page transcript,
Yeah.
well, then I'm not gonna argue anymore if it's gonna be sustained. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, the 403 objection, I assume, would be made as to a specific question, not the whole.
No, the fact that you seem to be going line by line through this transcript,
Your Honor, I'm
practically line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, again, as I've said, I have to confront him with certain
You
facts.
don't at this point, because he has said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview.
But the facts that he alleged in the interview have not been put upon him, and the record will only reflect that he said the things in the interview. The record will not reflect it as a substantive proof of some fact I've asked about in the case. The only substantive proof that showing that he said it in the interview will reflect is that he lied about whether or not he said it in the interview. It won't show that he lied about the fact itself. If I say, he says, I don't remember what was said in the interview, and then we show he said it in the interview, all that has been proven is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying core was put upon him and he lied about that.
You do not have to put upon him every sentence that he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me, that he does not remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to extrinsic evidence
If
of
he's-
a prior inconsistent statement as, no, I didn't say that.
And Your Honor, if he says, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about, that's one thing. But Judge, this idea of looking at, they don't know what I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him, they think line by line is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the questions, because I'm asking him substantive questions that by curtailing my ability to ask, the court is curtailing my ability to ask him, did this happen? And that is all that I'm asking to be allowed to do, because without it, the court is, the record that is being created is only that he doesn't remember what he told the police, and then she went and showed what he told the police. And so the only thing proven is he told the police that. Us showing him, telling the police that isn't substantive evidence of anything except the opposite of what he said on the stand. I don't remember what I told the police. Oh, well, here's what you told the police. Oh, okay, that's what you told the police. It is not substantive evidence of, did this happen? And an inconsistent statement of, did this happen?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor,
Judge, I would ask that the court allow me until the lunch break to ask the questions the way that I believe we need to ask them to make the record clear and to prove our case. And at lunch, I will bring back the case law that shows what I'm
Okay.
saying. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
the only other thing I want to raise is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I have to say something. For 2 years, I have watched the state and specifically Miss Love, anytime there's been a ruling against her, take the floor and argue every single time and filibuster. I appreciate that an attorney at times is going to want to make a request for the court to reconsider its rulings, but I don't think that needs to happen every time and in the form of a filibuster. Thank you.
Let's get the witness back in, please. I don't think so. Yeah, you already did. Got it? We ready? So no. Did Demikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Trey, whatever, and Demikion shot at the house? Was your last question. Okay, let's get the jury in, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Zachary, did Demikion tell you that he, Shannon, and Tay or Traydon shot at the houses?
No,
Okay. Did you tell the police that he said that? On August 5th, 2015, did you tell the police that he said that?
oh, no.
Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at your house? Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at their house? And did you tell the police that If Gang shot at Landrum where Tay stays?
I told you already. I don't remember.
Was Summer there when all of that happened?
I already told you I was going to get her, so she had to be there.
She had to be there at Landrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shoot up Perry Homes that night?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police when you first went in that Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shot up Perry Homes that night?
I told you I was trying to take everything off of Moulton. So I was just lying.
All right. And did you tell the police that Demekion gave you only the names himself, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon, and he didn't really say anything about Moulton?
See, I told you I was trying to free Moulton.
So is that a yes? You did say that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that they were trying to figure out where Moulton was?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police because that inn ain't got no car?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police how close you and Moulton were?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you have been knowing Moulton all your life?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Is your loyalty, did you have more loyalty to Moulton than anybody else within your circle of friends that night?
You got no loyalty to nobody.
Did you tell the police that you had more loyalty to Moulton than any of the other names we just mentioned?
I don't know.
And in fairness, did you tell the police that you have no loyalty to anybody?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moulton has no loyalty for you?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Moulton had loyalty for you on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember the last time that you had talked to Moulton before you went in to speak with police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him lately?
Objection 403.
Your Honor,
Yes.
given what has already been said and what we believe will come out, we believe that it is not in any way a waste of time to show the jury certain things that this witness said about Moulton and the last time that he talked to him. And in order for us to allow them to be able to consider certain things substantive evidence, they have to hear what he said, and I have to confront him with it.
This is not even what we talked about on the break. But sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask what it is that I should not do in terms of,
If you want to come up here to the bench, you can.
okay?
All right, we need the witness back in.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, while you were locked up for what you say you're on probation now, so that 428 incident, did Moulton let you know that Demikion had said, I'm sorry, did Demekion tell you that the police had tricked him?
He didn't tell me that we were locked up. He told me that before we got locked up. He told me that before we got locked up.
And do you remember which time frame it was?
He told me that we were locked up too. Yeah, he did tell me that we were locked up.
Okay. Was it when you locked up for this?
Yes,
Okay. Was Demekion locked up for the same thing?
yes.
All right. Now, what were y'all in the same pod and same cell and saying something else?
I don't know.
How did you all start talking about this?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ask him what he told you?
I told you that I already been told. I've been told you that.
What do you mean?
He had already told me before we got locked up.
Okay.
When I got locked up for told me again.
Okay, so before you went in, Demekion told you what he told the police?
Yes, I've been told you that.
All right. And was this the time you said that he told you when you picked him up on your bike?
On my bike.
Yes, is
I
it?
don't know.
Okay. Now, did Detective Gaither tell you effect on the listener? It does. And we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not Detective Gaither giving a testimonial statement. It's Detective Gaither asking the witness a question. Did Detective Gaither tell you that she had some phone records?
I don't know.
Did you know that she had some phone records?
I got locked up in May
Mm-hmm.
for a gun.
Right.
They said all this preliminary hearing in May
Who said all what?
court.
No, who you said they said all? I'm asking you.
The DA said this when I got locked up for the gun by myself, so I already knew what was coming.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, please answer only the question I'm asking you. And that question is, you can explain it maybe if the court lets you, but that question is, did you know that the police had phone records?
Yes,
Okay. Did you believe that the police had tricked Demekion?
yes,
Did you tell the police that you believed that they had not tricked Demekion?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you tell the police that you believed they had not tricked Demekion?
so what I put one in there and said, oh, I already know y'all the meeting. No,
Did you tell the police, how could somebody trick you? You're a grown man.
playing my role,
What role?
acting like I ain't know what was going on.
Okay,
I know what's going on.
all right.
Green,
What now?
I know what's going on. I was slow. I knew what was going on. I told you I already knew
You already knew what?
what we already said.
What was already said by whom?
I don't know. Keep asking the same questions.
Do you want the jury to hear what happened or not?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you knew that the police had phone records. Did you know that they had your phone records?
I just told you they had already told my lawyer when I was in preliminary hearing.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records.
Yes,
Did you tell them that you knew they had your phone records?
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that the number that they had was not your phone number? Absolutely relevant, Your Honor, because of what-
Overruled.
probably did.
Did the police attempt to end the interview after telling you how they got your phone records and you insisted that wasn't your number?
I don't remember.
Did you give them Mooktoon's number?
No.
Do you know what Mooktoon's number is?
No.
Did you know what Mooktoon's number was at the time?
No.
Do you remember talking to them about Mooktoon's number? And by them, I mean Detectives Gaither and Dennis in the August 5th, 2015 interview.
They had already knew Mooktoon number. I never gave them Mooktoon number.
So you didn't confirm or deny it?
I don't know. I know they had already knew it.
So the number that they had for Mooktoon is one that you knew was Mooktoon's number?
I was in the car when they called his phone.
That's not the question. Could you please answer? It'll get you there faster. The number that they told you they had for
I don't remember
Mooktoon,
them telling me about no Mooktoon number.
did you know that they had Mooktoon's number?
I don't know. Did I know that they had? Yeah, I know they had.
Yes. And did you try to convince the police that the only way you knew the details of April 28th was that Demikion had told you?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither, did you tell her that you were gonna go down there and be honest, just be honest about things?
I've never been honest a day in my life.
Did you tell her that that's what you were gonna do? Did you have Summer or anybody else tell Detective Gaither you were gonna be honest? Just you need to come down there and talk to you. They need to come talk to you.
No.
Did you tell Detective Gaither that you were being honest about how you knew about April 28th?
I don't know.
Did you promise Detective Gaither you were not there on April 28th? Did Detective Gaither get up or get ready to leave when you promised her you weren't there?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask?
No, I mean, I don't know. You may ask a different question.
After you promised Detective Gaither you weren't there, did you ask Detective Gaither and Dennis if they wanted to talk about some other cases?
I don't know.
Now, did you believe you needed to talk about your case before you got to the other cases?
Sustained.
Would Detective Dennis and Gaither talk to you about any other cases before talking to you about yours? And Your Honor, if there's a relevance objection, I do have a response. If I need to go to the bench, I will.
I guess you're gonna need to come to the bench. Okay, so, oh wait, come on, sorry. Come on up, Mr. Zachary.
After Detective Gaither, told you you had to tell her about your stuff, did you tell her something different than what you had told her previously?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Were you, Motu, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and Demikion the ones that actually shot up the houses?
No, I didn't.
By yourself?
Me and Gus,
You and Garlington?
Yes.
How many guns y'all had?
a lot.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Then how do you remember it was a lot?
I know.
Are you saying Garlington, because you know Garlington's now convicted of that too?
What?
Are you saying Garlington because you know Garlington now has been convicted of that too, so no more harm can come to him?
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
Okay. So why can you remember now when you couldn't remember a minute ago anything from 2015?
I told you I remember what I was on probation for. I told you that 10 times. Man.
Right. But did you say you could remember what other people did?
I don't know what nobody else did. I know what I did.
Okay. So why did you tell the police that you, Motu, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and D were the ones that shot up the
I
house?
never told no police that want some shot at no house.
Do you remember Detective Gaither saying to you, Effect on listener.
Overruled.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you that you think you could tell her about a whole bunch of other stuff and get help on your stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're here for? And that's how this works. It doesn't just work like you tell me a whole lot of stuff about other people and we forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Do you remember her telling you that?
I would never look for help for myself.
I'm just asking you if you remember her telling you that.
No.
All right. Do you remember her saying after something like that being said by Detective Gaither, all right, me, Montun, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and D.
Outside of the house, man, guards.
I'm asking you if you remember saying what I just asked. All right. How many cars were there that night?
I mean, people got convicted of.
How many cars were the people who were with you in when you all shot up the houses?
100.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that there were 2 cars?
That's a lie.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge,
Overruled. I know what you're gonna say. Yes, I overruled. Go ahead.
did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that it was 2 cars?
I just told you it was 100 cars.
All right, but did you tell them that it was 2?
I don't know.
Okay. Which car were you in? Who were you in a car with?
Myself, Garson, and Sledge.
Yourself and Garlington and Sledge? And Monktook is the one you were closest with out of all of those?
Yes.
Then why did you tell the police you were in the car with Monktook?
Because I told you, as I told you earlier, I was trying to let you know that Montun didn't condone in that.
How does telling them you in the car with Monktook when you shooting up houses and that he doesn't condone that?
Because I don't know.
Okay. Now, what 2 cars did you all use?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all used an Impala that was gray?
I don't know.
Now, you said earlier that you, Demekion, and who were in the car together?
Sledge.
Sledge. Do you remember telling the police after they asked you who all was in the car with you? Me, Monkton, Shannon, and D.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Say that again.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I can't see that far.
Do you know whether he's in the courtroom?
I don't know.
You have no idea. Okay. Do you remember whether Tradon was in the car with you all?
When I called with me, Sledge, and Garson, I just told you.
Was Tradon in another Impala with you all?
I just told you, I'm people to call with me, Sledge, and Garson.
Right, I hear you. But I'm asking you about Tradon and the car he was in. Do you remember whether he was in another Impala?
I don't know no Tradon.
Okay. Do you remember telling police that Tradon was in another Impala?
I just told you I don't remember. No Tradon, no Impala, nothing.
Do you remember an orange or burgundy or something Impala?
No.
Do you remember telling the police you did?
No.
So you don't remember telling them that orange or burgundy Impala,
Overruled.
you don't remember telling them whether that orange or burgundy Impala was the same year as Mooktoons, probably an 08 or something like that.
Listen, man, Lord, ADHD, artistic. I don't remember. I just be talking. I don't remember. Did y'all do y'all research on me before y'all even try to put me in interrogation or whatever it is?
Okay, you said you're ADHD and autistic?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the orange or burgundy car was the same year as Moonton car, probably an 08 or something like that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask the basis, so that I can tailor the next question?
It's a waste of time.
No, it's not a waste of time.
Move on to the next question, please.
Do you know where Traydon stayed at?
I don't know no Trey Down.
Do you know where Tay stayed?
I don't know no tape. Well, yes, I know tape. I don't know who stayed.
All right. Did you know where the people were the if gang members y'all were shooting at on Adele stay?
I don't know who you shooting at.
Do you remember telling the police that Traydon or Tay was the one that knew where the people who lived at Adele stayed at?
No.
Huh?
No.
All right. Now, had Tay had beef with the people on Adele before, specifically Philo and D?
I don't know.
You said earlier that you knew Philo. Is Philo
Yes,
Philip
I knew
Collins?
him. I knew of that name for being in my skirt package. I never knew him.
You didn't know him on April 28th.
No,
You didn't know him on August 5th?
no,
All right. By August 5th, I mean August 5th, 2015.
no.
All right. Did you tell the police that Philo was Philip Collins?
Hell no, I ain't saying. I don't know his name. I didn't see that name until I got locked up and it was in my skirt package.
Did you know a D or Darren Mills who was Philip Collins' little brother?
Never saw that name until I saw my skirt package.
Did you tell the police that D was Philo's little brother?
No, I don't know them people. I just told you that.
Were you asked whether those people lived at 1428 Adele Avenue over there by Mosley Park?
Objection 403.
Judge, how is, if I may, Your Honor, I don't know how else the jury is going to know the witnesses' statements and be able to decide what's true and what's not without my asking specific questions.
You're asking about the questions being asked.
No, I'm asking, did he know that Philo and D stayed over there? And I understand, I'll change and rephrase.
Okay.
Did you know that Philo and D stayed on 1428 Adele Avenue over by Mosley Park?
I don't know where they stay.
Say it again.
I don't know them people. I don't know where they stay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. You see the court reporter to your left? She's typing down things. And if you start talking before I finish asking questions, she can't get it down. So can you let me finish asking the question before you answer, please?
She asked them the same questions.
I
You
understand.
ain't trip me up or trick me. You know that.
I don't want to. Can you do that for me? Thank you. All right. So was your answer, you did not know that Philo and D lived on 1428?
Yes,
Adele
I
Avenue.
know.
You're doing it again, Mr. Zachary. Can you let me
Oh, no,
finish?
maybe indeed autistic.
Okay. Mr. Zachary? The jury has to hear this information.
Yeah, like I can control this.
You can, can't you?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Mosley Park is?
no,
Did you know that D was Philo's little brother?
no.
How did you get involved in that mix since you weren't at the club? When D, little D, that is Demekion, got jumped. How'd you get involved in that mix?
I don't remember.
Did you get involved when they shot at Summer, when If Gang shot at Summer?
I never told who shot at something. I don't know nobody who shot. I just know she got shot at.
Is that when you got involved, when you learned that she got shot at?
Yes,
All right. And where did they shoot at Summer?
Kansas.
Is that the part on Landrum?
Yes.
Did they shoot at Summer now before all the shootings happened or after? Was Summer at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tate at the time that they shot at them? Did you tell police they were? Were Summer, Alexis, and Tay in a car together?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked about them being in a car together?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify for the police that Summer wasn't with Tay, she was with Alexis?
I don't know.
Did you clarify that they hadn't gotten there yet?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether the people that shot at Summer were inside or inside of a car or inside of the apartment complex outside of the car when they shot at Summer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that when Summer and them went into the apartment complex, that the people that were shooting at them started shooting from way down in Summer's parking lot?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police when you learned that they were shooting up Summer's apartment complex on Landrum?
I don't know nothing to the police.
Do you know 911? Mr. Zachary? Mr. Zachary?
Huh?
Do you know 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone else get shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that someone else had gotten shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police it was right after Demekion got jumped?
I don't know.
And do you still not remember whether or not the people that shot were the guys from If Gang?
Sustained.
Did you tell the police who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you knew who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Did you? The next question I think is gonna.
Sustained, but you can ask next
All right.
question.
So you don't remember whether telling the police how you knew it was who shot?
Asked and answered, it was just sustained the objection.
You
That
just made
was-
the foundation.
That's what I'm attempting to do. So you don't remember telling the police how you knew it was who was shooting at Summer now?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling them that Summer saw the car that they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember what car they were in? Do you remember what car you believed they were in? Do you remember telling the police it was a gray Charger?
I don't remember.
Do you know at this time who drives or who drove a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger during that time on April 28, 2015?
How can I tell them who driving if I wasn't?
Yes
trying to
or
see
no?
it?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger
Objection 403.
on just getting to how he knows who shot whom and why steps were taken afterwards, and the fact that it was an alleged If Gang and rival gang is very relevant and not cumulative.
Sustained, overruled.
Who is sustaining?
The speaking objection is sustained and the other one is overruled.
Okay, so you can answer. Do you remember telling the police who it was that drives a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Philo and his name D, Philo's little brother, drove that car? Philo and D.
No,
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that the gray Charger was Philo's little brother's car?
no,
Now, do you know Denise Bell?
no,
Have you ever heard of Denise Bell as it relates to, are you typing something on the computer? Mr. Zachary,
Huh.
what you typing on the computer?
I don't know.
Judge?
Don't touch it.
At the time, did you know that Philo and Dee lived at 14, whether Philo and Dee, whether their family lived at 1428 Adele Drive?
I just told you, I don't know the folk, I don't know what it's like.
So is that enough?
No,
Did you believe Philo and Dee were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis?
no,
Did you tell the police that Philo and Dee were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis on April 28, 2015, while you were in that August 5th, 2015 interview?
no,
Was anyone else, as you sit here today, with Philo and Dee when they were shooting at Summer, Tay, and
I
Alexis?
never was told you I saw who shot it or something like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling, after being asked, was anyone else with Philo and Dee, do you remember telling the police Stewie, the name Stewie, Stewie? Do you remember telling them also a boy named Spaz, Spaz?
No,
Do you remember telling them that all four of them were in the car and then they shoot at them? All four being Philo, Dee, Stewie, and Spaz.
make it make sense. If I didn't see the car, how can I know who shot it?
Help me make it make sense. Do you remember telling the police
Telling you
that?
that. I'm telling you, if you common sense, you'll see. If I didn't see the shoot, how can I say some name? That's just a lie. I don't know.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's a no, you don't remember telling the police that, right? Mr. Zachary?
Yeah.
Did Summer come home and wake you up after Philo, Stewie, Spaz, and Dee shot her up?
You keep saying them names. I don't know who shot her.
Did you tell the police that Summer came and woke you up after that?
I don't know.
Did you call Moncton after getting a call from Summer about a shooting by those four guys?
You just said she came home. Now you
I'm
saying
asking
call.
you a different question. I didn't say anything, I'm asking. Did you call Moncton
I don't know.
after getting a call about the shooting?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you called Moncton?
I don't know.
Did Moncton want you to ride with him to the Adele Drive location?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moncton didn't want you to ride with them? They wanted you to ride, but didn't want you to ride.
I don't know.
Do you remember where you were seated in the car that you were in with Moncton?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you were seated in the back seat after they asked you where you were seated? Do you remember telling the police you didn't have anything to do with the shooting?
I don't know.
I didn't have to do anything at the shooting. Tell the jury, please, Mr. Zachary, who was sitting where in the car you were in?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Do you remember who was driving? Do you remember anything about, since you remembered it earlier, do you remember anything about the people, positions in the car that you said you were in the night Adele Avenue got shot up? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon's in the front? Do you remember telling the police that Dee's on one side? Right? Do you remember pointing out to the police during that interview where Montun was driving? Do you remember telling the police that specifically Shannon was the front seat passenger? Huh? I didn't say the front seat. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a front seat passenger? Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
Who got charged with it?
Why are you asking that?
It don't make sense. If he was there, why can't he get charged with it?
Mr. Zachary, will you please answer the questions that I'm asking? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was the front seat passenger?
No,
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
no,
Do you remember telling the police that Demekion was sitting behind Montun?
no.
Hypothetically, if you did tell the police that Montun was driving, how are you keeping Montun out of it? He said today that he was trying to keep Montun out of it. Okay. How does telling the police that Montun was driving keep Montun out of the shooting?
No.
You don't remember?
Yeah, another one leave.
Nope. Do you not remember? Who drove that, or who owned that orange other car, that orange or burgundy car that you now say you don't recall knowing about?
I ain't saying on call. I said I don't remember. It's different. I don't remember.
Okay, you said you don't know.
I said I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Traydon owns that car?
I don't remember.
Do you know what gang Traydon belongs to? Do you remember telling the police that he's supposed to be a blood, but like a regular gang, but you don't know exactly which blood, but they're supposed to be blood? Okay. Were Montun, Shannon, and Dee in the car all together when they came and picked you up?
Shannon was never in the car. I never saw Shannon that night.
Did you tell the police that Montun, when Montun came and picked you up, Montun, Shannon, and Dee were in the car?
I don't remember, but I know Shannon wasn't with him.
And after the people came and picked you up, where did you all go first?
My cousin's house.
Which one? On Landrum?
Yes.
Now, when did you all at some point go to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you go to Perry Homes last?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you describe to the police going to the house on MLK?
I don't remember.
Are you not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about?
I just told you I can't see.
I understand, but you know who all's in this case, don't you?
No.
You haven't seen it.
Haven't seen what?
Anything about this case?
Objection asked and answered.
So are you concerned about Being labeled a snitch?
I made it through prison, man, with that. I ain't scared of that. And I ain't never PC, never got touched, none of that.
What is PC?
Check the cousin, I ain't never got, nigga ain't never laid no hand on me nowhere. I'm in prison.
Okay.
All different type of states, you know that.
Okay. So who got out of the car and who stayed in the car?
I shot, I did everything.
I think I asked you this, but have you ever worn dreads around April 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Dee and Tay got out the car and Monktoon stayed in?
Sam was never with us.
All right, listen to the question she's asking and answer that question, and then you can explain if you need to.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay got out of the car, and it's T-A-Y?
No,
And-
Shannon was never with us.
I'm sorry.
No, Shannon was never with us.
I understand that's your testimony today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay, and by Dee I mean Demikion, and Tay got out of the car and Monktoon stayed in. Do you remember telling the police that?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and went and shot up the house?
I shot the house.
I understand. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
I shot the house.
All right, listen to the question and answer the question she's asking.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
No, I don't remember. I shot the house. That's all I remember.
Since you now say that Shannon wasn't there, do you recall what kind of gun you told police Shannon had
No.
when he shot up the house?
He didn't have no gun. He went down.
Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I'm the only one with a Draco.
Say the winner?
I was the only one with that gun.
Okay.
That gun was in my name. I can't somebody else have my gun.
So did you lie on Shannon?
Yeah, I told you that the other day.
Okay.
I lied on everybody.
So you told the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I don't know. But I know that was my gun.
Did you know where the police or where that gun was on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you know whose gun? You're now saying that it was your gun, but at the time you talked to the police, did you know whose gun it was?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun?
Shannon was never with us.
I hear you today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that it was a chopper?
A helicopter?
Is that the only thing you know is a chopper?
Yes.
You don't know about an AK-47 being called a chopper?
I think they call it machine guns.
Okay. So if you hear yourself on a video calling it a chopper, would that help you remember?
They won't help me remember. They gonna know that I lied.
So do you remember telling the police that that chopper was brown?
My gun. How can I said guns that I know was on the scene that I used?
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally?
2, 3, 2.
At one time?
Two.
How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 7.62 and a 7.23 and shoot them both at the same time?
Easy.
How?
Easy.
Show the jury.
I ain't showing no jury that, man.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury?
You're saying you can do it, so show the jury how it will be done.
I don't know how to do it.
Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 7.62?
Cause I knew that only one had a 7.62. I knew that they know I had a 7.62 in my name.
Did your gun look like a big old deer gun?
don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Tay's gun looked like a big old deer gun?
Um,
What kind of gun did Demekion have?
oh,
Do you remember what you told the police about the gun Demekion
I
had?
don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you were trying to protect Moncton, but did you tell the police that Demekion had Moncton's gun?
I don't know.
How would telling the police that Demekion had Moncton's gun protect Moncton?
I don't know.
Was the gun Demekion had the same gun that you got caught with in May?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that the gun you got caught with in May belonged to Moncton?
No.
Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demekion had that gun?
I don't remember.
How many guns had you bought by that time, by August 5th, 2015, from any kind of pawn shop?
I don't remember.
Had you bought any from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge okay. Did Woody trick you out of those guns?
No.
Did you tell the police that Woody tricked you out of those guns?
I don't know.
Did the police show you yourself in Arrowhead Pawn Shop buying those guns?
I don't know.
Did Traydon shoot any guns?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
What now?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
Did Tay shoot any guns?
One might have dealt with me.
What now?
He wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police, nah, Traydon did not shoot any guns because he was driving? Did only you and the driver stay in the car?
I got out and shot.
Did you tell the police that you and the driver stayed in the car?
I don't know.
Now, where did you all park when y'all got to the house on Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you and Moncton parked way back and Taynam got close to the house, like the front driveway or something? Do you recall whether they shot the house or whether they shot people? Do you remember saying last week that you saw people running into the house and you had followed the car?
I don't know.
Was it dark or light when you all got to the Adele house, Adele Drive house? Did you all go to Perry Homes after Adele Drive? Did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the Adele Drive house that you all went to Perry Homes?
Say you never shot at no house. I don't remember nothing else.
Okay, did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the house, y'all went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Now, did you know anybody that lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you knew that Philo's girl lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
That Philo's baby mama lives at Perry Homes?
I don't remember nothing about no sucker.
What now?
I don't remember nothing about nobody but me.
And Moncton, right?
I just know about me.
Did Tay know Philo, D, and Philo's child's mother from the west side?
Can't tell you what nobody else know.
Did you tell police they knew them from the west side?
I can't tell them what nobody know.
Did you tell them that Tay, Philo, and D, that they had hung together?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
I'm sorry, what?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
Are you asking or telling me?
Ask me.
I can't answer questions, only you can. Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Tay, Philo, and D were beefing before?
I don't know.
Is Tay slime?
I don't know.
What is slime?
I don't know.
Did you know on August 5th, 2015,
I don't know.
was Shannon 30 deep?
I don't know.
Was Demikion on 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police anything about 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Tay was from Capitol Homes and you and Moncton grew up in Capitol Homes and that's how you all got together?
I don't know.
And that's how Tay was rolling with you, Shannon, and Moncton?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you?
I don't know.
So you don't remember whether you told the police if Tay was originally from Capitol
I don't
Homes?
know.
Who is Big Boot, if you know?
I don't like talking about deceased people.
You don't like talking about what, sir?
Deceased people.
Deceased people? Okay. I'm not gonna make you talk about him much, but do you know his real name?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Quinn Porter.
All right.
Quinn Porter.
And when you say he's deceased, just the year, when was he deceased?
What year?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I was locked up.
Okay. Now, did Tay used to hang with Big Boot?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, on August 5th, 2015, that that's how you met Tay because Tay, all of you all used to hang with Boot?
They said all of us grew up together on top of home.
Did you tell the police that you all used to hang with Boot? You, Tay, Shannon?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go to get some bullets the night of April 28, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had gone to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to get bullets from someone that D knew on Cleveland, like at a trap spot?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking to police about what you did the night of April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection asked and answered.
You sustained this objection about what they did and where they got the bullets from. So
Sustained.
that was funny to you, you chuckled. That was funny to you, you chuckled.
I ain't trouble.
Okay. Now, what is a trap spot?
I think that's a restaurant.
You're saying a trap spot is a restaurant?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you all get bullets for the 7.62?
I don't know.
Did you have Mooktoon's gun the day you got caught at the BP because he needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house. Did you tell the police that Muntu needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
When I told him that some years later after I beat the case,
On August 5th, 2015, did you tell them that?
I don't know.
Did you tell them that it was a small little one?
We got caught with the gun.
Did you tell the police that it was a 40 Smith and Wesson
That's in my name, yes.
that was your gun that Muntu borrowed to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you buy that 40 Smith and Wesson a day or two before you got locked up?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you did?
I don't know.
When you all got to Perry Homes, who was it that got out and shot at that time?
I don't know.
Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
Who?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Only person was there was me and Gladys.
So is that a no?
I never saw Shannon that day or no tape.
Would you answer whether that's a no? When I ask you, did Tay, D, and Shannon?
You trying to put people there who weren't
I'm trying to
there.
just ask you a question. Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
No,
Okay. Did you tell the police that Tay, D, and Shannon got out and shot at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Do you remember how many guns you all had in total?
100.
Right. Did anybody else join you all other than the ones that either you talked about today or that you told the police were with you? Huh?
I don't understand that question.
Did a person named Lee ever join you all? Did you tell the police that a person named Lee joined you all?
No.
Did you tell the police, did a person named Lee got out and shot with a handgun?
I don't know no man Lee.
You don't know a handgun.
I don't know a Lee.
And do you remember telling the police that Lee was in the car with Tay and them because that was Tay's friend?
I don't know. Keep putting people there.
Did you get dropped off at Sylvan Road after all this happened?
I don't know.
Did you get dropped off at a Chevron by 166?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you got dropped off
I don't know.
on Sylvan Road at the Chevron by 166?
Objection. 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember who dropped you off
You did.
after all? Okay, I did.
Yeah.
Did you tell the police I did?
I ain't want to know we was messing around.
Okay, you did. Okay. Now, did you tell the police that Summer's cousin dropped you all off at the house?
No.
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based. Your Honor, explains what he did with she.
Establish a basis and we can ask. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your Honor, I would object to this.
Well, you're the one that just did it.
Stop talking back and forth to each other. You need to turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you can establish a foundation.
Did
Did Summer have her own car when you got dropped off at the Chevron by 166?
Why you keep asking about another female? I
Just
don't know.
answer the question.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did Summer let her cousin keep her car?
I don't know.
Did Summer indicate that she was letting her cousin keep her car because she was scared to go back to the house?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that Shannon and other people in the car with you were slime?
I ain't ever saying that like that.
You never said anything like that?
No,
Okay, is Shannon slime?
no,
Was Mootoo slime?
I don't know.
Why do you know Shannon wasn't, but you don't know Mootoo?
Shannon ain't grow up with us
What does that have to do with him being slime?
a lot.
Please tell us how. Now, what is this?
Answer the question.
I don't know, young.
So, who else was slime?
You?
Were you slime?
No.
What did you have to do to be slime?
I don't even know what the hell slime is.
Since you say you don't know what it is, did you know on August 5th, 2015 what slime is?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
Or they?
The people who call themselves slime.
I don't know who called themselves slime.
But did you tell the police, quote, they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
If I told them that, I mean I had to know who was slime. I don't know who slime.
Would you just guess?
I don't remember when I was in prison. I fell and hit my head.
Okay. Did you give the police, did you tell the police being slime is like, you and me are cool, right? And you got a girl or something, and you leave out the room, and I try and talk to her. I try to talk to your girl.
I said that.
Objection 403.
It's a description.
Overruled.
Did you describe that for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police slime means there are no rules, basically?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, like, I slime that mean in is a proper way to use slime?
Answer the question.
I'm thinking, young. No.
Did you tell the police that if you were cool with someone, you could rob them and it would be like you just slimed them?
I don't know.
Does slime also mean that there's no wood?
I don't know.
Why were you ever slimed? Better question.
I don't know what no slime is.
So then you should know whether or not you were ever slimed.
No, it wasn't.
And why were you never slimed?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they would never let you get in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police
that it was also because your brother and Muktu didn't really want you hanging around them like that?
See, there I go, trying to make Moonton look good again. I don't know.
Okay, so you did tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that, let me ask you this, do you have a brother named Tate?
I ain't gonna speak on my brother.
The brother that hung with Muktu,
My brother ain't no home on Moonton.
the brother that didn't want you hanging around his line?
What the hell is fine? We ain't gonna keep talking about my brother. I just told you that.
Did Muktu and your brother not want you hanging around Mikion and, Ruben?
We're not gonna keep talking about my brother no more.
Okay. did
That's a
Muktu
sensitive
not
spot
want
for
you
me. We're not gonna keep talking about my brother.
Did Muktu not want you hanging around Mikion?
That just somehow probably told them to make Moonton look good again.
So is that yes or no?
I don't know.
Is that yes or no? Did Muktu want you or not want you to hang around Demikion and Woody now?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Muktu was slime?
I don't know.
Do you know how or if 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue linked up? Do you need
No.
a break or anything?
No.
Okay. So do you know, or did you tell, first of all, do you know whether or not 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue ever linked up?
No.
Did you tell the police that you did?
Oh, that was something I read in a newspaper.
What newspaper art?
Oh, maybe that's on years ago.
Did you, years ago, before August?
I read in Smart Discovery Package too.
Okay. Did, whose discovery package?
I don't know. Somebody locked up there.
All right. Did you tell the police that initially 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue didn't mess with one another? They didn't hang around one another.
I don't know.
And that they didn't start hanging with one another until Thug started pushing with Woody.
I don't know.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody kind of bring everybody together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody bring you in closer to Slime?
I was close on it was fine, yeah.
But you said you hung with him though, right?
When I say that,
Did you ever hang with him?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you ever hang or tell the police that you hung with him?
I don't know what it is.
Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Woody is what caused you to start hanging around Slime?
No.
Tell the jury how it is that you and Woody got close.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the only reason you and Woody got close is because you hung with Muktu and Muktu was hanging with Thug?
I don't know.
Now, do you remember telling the police, or had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville? And by you all, I mean Slime, YSL, any of the people that you said earlier you're close with.
Who I
Had
said
you
I was
all
close
ever
with?
had a problem with Mechanicsville?
Who I said I was close with earlier?
Let's start with Slime. Did Slime ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
What is fine?
Did YSL ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, we've never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
We have ever told the police I was fine.
Did you tell the police that we have never had a problem with
We
Mechanicsville?
have ever said I was fine.
I'm gonna ask you that question in a moment. Did you ever say to the police, we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, there is a line of questioning that deals with the matter that was raised by one of the defendants earlier
All
that I need
right,
to
let's
approach.
take our lunch break and we can sort it out over lunch. So y'all be back here at 1:30, please. Mr. Zachary, you could step back and be back at 1:30 also, thanks.
Hey, y'all, you keep taking my phone, man. You keep taking my phone.
We'll discuss that in just a second, okay? You can, hang on, just so we can discuss it. Do y'all have his phone with, is his phone around somewhere? You can let him use it in, as long as supervised, yes.
What you mean, I'm a supervisor?
Somebody else is gonna be in the room with you.
What, I'm on a risk?
No,
So what? Like, I pay that phone.
you're in the middle of testifying, so those are gonna be the conditions, but you can use it.
I ain't never agreed on the conditions.
It doesn't really matter whether you agreed to it or not.
Y'all violate all my
All right, you
rights.
can step down, and you're welcome to use your phone in the presence of the investigator right now. After you finish testifying, you'll have it back without any other conditions. All right, yes, ma'am, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, actually, Mr. Atkins just pointed out that the court had made a ruling on
Okay.
this portion, so my apologies for
All
stopping the
right, no
question.
problem, and we needed to eat lunch anyway.
Well, can I ask what
Yes,
we're talking about? Because there are some issues in Mr. Zachary's prior statements,
unresolved ones?
unresolved. Your Honor said that the state was going to have to lay a
Oh,
foundation
yeah,
through Mr. Zachary. And I'm not talking about prior and consistent statements. I'm talking about
Right,
subject
things,
matters.
yeah. Well, I mean, yes, if I said that, then yes, the
This wasn't one
foundation
of them,
needs to be
but
laid.
yeah, this wasn't one of them, and I have in front of me those.
Huh?
That wasn't one of them.
So everybody's all good then?
I mean, the state is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry, just, if there's no foundation laid for someone to have firsthand knowledge or admissible knowledge of something, that would mean the state and Ms. Love cannot get up there and start asking leading questions, didn't you say, didn't you say, didn't you say? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of us litigating it prior.
Do you understand what she means there, Ms. Love?
Judge, I'm very well aware of the rules of evidence, and I fully understand what Mr. Sharp is arguing, and I know what we can and cannot do, and I will follow the court's previous instructions and the rules of evidence.
Okay, so just so we're really clear, if there was something that you needed to lay a foundation for his knowledge of before he could testify about it, then you're gonna have to establish he has a basis for knowing it before you ask him. Do you remember telling the police that? Of course. All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you ask the state to direct me to where, when, that they had a good faith belief to ask the question to Mr. Zachary, that he told the police the name Philip Collins? I don't have that in my notes, and if it's in the transcript, I just missed it, or in the recording.
Judge, first I said Philo, and I asked him because everybody knows, it's in all the information we've provided to the defense. And I think without looking back on prior testimony, at least one witness may have discussed the fact that Philip Collins was Philo, but I will confirm that. But Mr. Steele is very well aware that Philo is Philip Collins. That's in everything that we've given
That's
him.
not what he's saying,
The good faith basis that
did you, yeah, that Zachary told the police that,
yes, I do.
Okay.
I can show it to him. I sure can.
okay?
It is on page. And I know that he may have probably just overlooked it. So it is on page. As I'm looking for the transcript portion, I can tell you that in the interview where right before they start talking about going over to Harry Holmes, they were asked, the police asked Mr. Zachary, here it is, who drives the gray Charger? Backing up to somebody got shot that night. Mr. Zachary was asked by Gaither, do you remember what time they shot at him? She asked whether it was right after Demekion got jumped. And Gaither asked, how do you know it was these people? We're talking about the guys from If Gang, right? Mr. Zachary says, yeah, because she's seen what car they were in. Gaither asked, which car were they in? Mr. Zachary says, a gray Charger. Gaither asked, and these are some of the questions that they said, 403, irrelevant and all that were sustained. Gaither asked, who drives a gray Charger? And Mr. Zachary said, that boy, Philo, and his name D, he drove Philo's little brother. He drove, D is Philo's little brother. He drove that car. And then Gaither says Philo and D. And Gaither says, so Philo and D, they shoot at them. And Zachary says, yes. And that's when she asked him, was
Okay, so
anybody-
is there a last name Collins in there anywhere? I think that's what he's
Yeah.
asking.
So, Your Honor, what I said is something about Philo or Philip Collins. Philip Collins is Philo.
Okay, but that's not in the conversation he had with the police. That's just you asking him, is it Philip Collins?
Yes, that's exactly right. And Your Honor,
Okay.
he asked what good faith basis I had for asking, and I'll tell you that when he said Philo and his little brother D, and we've heard testimony from one witness, I won't call it, she's a lay witness, who said that her sister's children were Darren and Philo or Philip Collins, and that Darren is younger than Philip Collins. They objected when I asked about the age. The court sustained that, but we will also hear testimony. I believe we've heard
Okay, so the question was, I think, or the objection or the request for clarification was where you have a good faith basis for asking if, or suggesting that he told the police Philip Collins.
That's not what he said. He said, did the state have a good faith basis for asking if he knew Philip Collins?
Okay, so they have a good faith basis for asking if he knew, and apparently it's not in the transcript that he ever used the last name.
Well, I'll find the exact quotes over lunch, but this is why I'm objecting to the prosecutor suggesting things.
Well, she can ask, was it Philip Collins? And he can say, I don't know, because I don't know Philo anyway.
I'll get
or
the
whatever
exact
he's gonna
quote,
say.
because I don't
Okay.
believe that's how it's framed, but I'll get the exact quote.
Okay, well, I don't think it's particularly material whether he used a last name or not in talking to the police, because he's essentially saying at this point, I don't remember anything, I don't know anything, I don't know these people.
Your Honor, I find it material that a lawyer would say, looking at a transcript, and say to a
Okay,
witness.
all right, just go back and look then at what it was that she said, and there's no point us talking about it if we don't know exactly what it is. Okay, anything else before lunch?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes,
Just because we're talking about what the lawyer did and not the evidence is, I want to say that I didn't just look at a transcript. I listened to the interview a lot.
okay. All right, thank you. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Back to it, something so specific as did he mention the last name? I had a good faith basis because when the police are talking about Philip Collins and they
Mhm.
name names and he's agreeing,
Did
It
they
was-
say Philip Collins?
the name Philip Collins, I believe, was raised in the transcript, not the transcript, but the recording in the interview. I'll go back and find
Okay,
that as
if it
well.
was, fine.
But throughout, I did have a good faith basis, just like when I asked someone if they know Antonio Sledge when they call them Muntu.
Okay.
I just have, and apologize. It's like children. That's how I feel. I'm like a child, but that didn't happen. It's not in the transcript. It's not in the recording.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say that it is really not the be all end all of this case, whether the last name Collins is in the transcript. So let's move on from that. And Ms. Lev, I appreciate the case law. And you were right that I am not excluding, evidence in its entirety. What I am trying to accomplish is for you to ask the questions about the things that are material, not every line or every other line, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not all of the minutia of what is in this statement, like how far away they parked when whomever did the shooting. I mean, does that really matter?
There's a reason that I asked that question. When there's a witness who talked about them parking at the stop sign. You may not have seen the other car, but this witness has testified that it was only him and one
I know.
person who followed a car and shot at people. So the fact that there's a witness who testifies that there was a car that stopped up the street at the stop sign, and we have this witness telling police in August 2015 that they stopped kind of far back, and that the other car stopped in front of the house and shot. We believe that those details matter, and they provide what the court called, I think, evidentiary depth, and that the jury can look at what other witnesses unconnected with this witness say and decide which version of the statements that this witness has given is true and why.
So then you can just say, did you park really far away? And then he could say no. And then you can impeach with the statement. It's all that needs to happen.
Judge, I understand, but respectfully, we can't tell the defense how to ask questions, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's suggestions regarding how more succinctly to ask the questions. But I don't ask the questions that I ask for no reason. I certainly don't ask them for the purposes of delay.
I know it's not for the purpose of delay. I think it must be because you think every tiny little detail is crucial to your case. And that's why you're asking every tiny little detail.
I don't think every tiny little detail for sure, but I do think that details matter. And
I know that you think that details matter.
And
All right, well, it's been 20 minutes that we've been on this one topic. Maybe we'll cut our lunches down to 35 minutes from now on, since we have to hold the jury so far past when we're supposed to be picking back up. So please take it into consideration, but I mean, I don't know if you're gonna do that or not. I don't know if I'm like even getting the concept through to you.
Your Honor, of course.
Okay, good. Let's get the witness back in and then the jury back in. I'd love that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge.
Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury if you know of a place that you refer to as the gambling house or the dugout?
I don't know.
Sir,
I don't know.
I need you to speak into the microphone.
I don't know.
When you say you don't remember, are you speaking of the gambling house or the dugout or both or something else?
Both.
Do you recall whether you knew of a place called the Gambling House on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
What about the dugout?
I don't know.
At one point, did you believe that, first of all, Kelvin Watts, what name do you call him?
I don't know no Kevin Watts.
You don't know him at all?
I don't know.
Do you know a person that you refer to as Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember speaking about a person that you called Kel with investigators Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis about the gambling house being shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling or talking to the detectives in August 2015 about the dugout getting shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you were at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that Thug was at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Dennis asking you when that had occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall then remembering that it occurred around December 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall? Do you know whether Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, sorry, Judge, that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Thug said, nah, I ain't cool with them niggas, say pay for my window?
I don't remember.
Now, do you know whether or not Woody and Kel had anything personal going on?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Woody and Kel did?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them your surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
How often did you go to Crucial?
I don't remember.
Were you ever at Crucial when Kel was at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go to Crucial with Thug?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether Thug gave you or any of your friends money to throw around at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug would come into Crucial, give money and stuff to throw, and Kel didn't want him to do that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown an intent to prove or show at trial. We would ask that the court allow the state to present this
I object
evidence
to the speaking.
to the jury.
Sustained.
What does it mean if someone isn't clicked with someone else?
What is a click?
Yeah, you tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Did you talk about Thug being clicked with anyone?
What is a click?
I would ask you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the police about how many times shots have been fired at the gambling house?
I don't know.
Was the gambling house shot at like 200 times in your estimation?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling the police that the gambling house was shot at like 200 times?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
What is MDC?
I don't know.
Do you know the name Most Dangerous Click?
No.
At any time, did you ever tell the police that you believe that MDC had shot at the gambling
Objection
house?
403.
Your Honor, when the court ruled, do you recall people posting videos and pictures on Instagram after the shooting?
I don't know.
Did you have a gun at the gambling house when it got shot at?
I don't know.
At the time that the shooting occurred at the gambling house, did everyone with the gun run out and start shooting?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not run out because you didn't have a gun?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted anyone about his window getting shot out?
I don't know.
Do you recall whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted Kel about his window getting shot out?
I don't know.
Have you ever been shot before?
I don't know.
Really, Mr. Zachary, you don't know whether you've been shot before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember having seen, we're gonna put up on the screen State's Exhibit 424 Yankee. If you look at that and tell me whether or not that's the dugout or a place you remember being at and gambling.
You can bring it closer. I can't see that far. I don't know.
Do you see yourself in there?
Yes.
Do you see the date that picture was posted?
No.
Could you zoom in at the bottom? No, she. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Do you remember being at that location with the people depicted in that photograph prior to November? Bring that date in again. 7/2014.
I don't know.
Who else in that picture?
I just know Mr. Slade.
You only know Mr. Slade? What are you all sitting on?
Like a pool table.
How many pool tables, how many places have you been at with Mr. Slade with a pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You're not trying to establish where this is. You have no frame of reference to tell where this is?
No.
Do you know of more than one location that you've been at with a pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Was your sister dating Motu?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your sister was dating Motu?
Objection 403.
John, this is not 403, I mean, as to approach it, I think.
You may.
course, no. Mr. Zachary, are you gonna remember anything that I asked you today?
No,
Judge, I asked for court's permission to treat Mr. Zachary, as a hospital.
I told you I fell hit my head.
And
Would you please use the microphone, Ms. Love? Thank you.
And if you can move them a little more closer to them.
Okay, we can move. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Zachary, isn't it true that initially you and your friends thought that MDC shot up the dugout, which you also call the gambling house?
Objection to speculation as to what his friends thought.
Your Honor,
As to that, suspect.
isn't it true that you thought that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially?
No.
Isn't it true that you discussed amongst your friends the belief that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially in December 2014?
What was my friends?
Partially Thug, Motunk, Shannon.
I ever told you I left my
Objection as to
friends?
hearsay as to what his friends may have discussed with him.
Isn't it true that you and your friends later learned that Kel had told Gucci Red that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Objection is to speculation as to what his friends learned.
Sustained unless there's a.
Sure.
This is,
Did you?
this is one of those matters, it's not specifically the one I was referring to, but this is one of those matters that pre-trial we discussed and foundations would have to be laid.
Your Honor, I actually will rephrase that question. And
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't believe your microphone is on. Thank you.
and Your Honor,
It is not, sorry.
while Mr. Sharp's correct, I believe that this has already been litigated and the court did make a ruling in our favor with respect to this information. I'll point the court's attention to number 5 on the sheet. From the 2015, August 2015 entry. Yep, you can ask about it. Isn't it true that you and the friends that I mentioned to the jury later believed that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Who was my friends? I don't got no friends.
You, Thug, Shannon, at the very least.
Can you speak for nobody other thing?
Isn't it true that Kel told Gucci Red, who was Thug's child's mother, that If Gang did the shooting?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
witness back, please.
Thank you. I want to make, yep, there is working. Mr. Zachary, at some point, you and Thug and Motunk and the friends who were at the gambling house with you when it was shot up came to believe that If Gang and not MDC shot up the gambling house. Is that right?
I don't know what nobody
Objection
came
is the speculation as to what others believed.
You all discussed the fact that MDC wasn't the person or group that shot up the gambling house, but rather If Gang was, specifically Kel or Shell Kel.
Objection as to hearsay as to what others may have discussed.
Effect on the listener and the belief that Kelvin Watts and If Gang shot it up.
Who was you all?
You, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sledge, and the people who were inside the dugout with you, who ran outside with guns shooting back.
I don't know what nobody else thought. I can't tell you what they thought.
I changed that question to you all discussing that
I don't
fact.
remember
Do you
discussing
remember?
nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that your sister was dating Motu?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red had a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red told your sister
I don't remember that.
something that Kelvin Watts had told her?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Kelvin Watts during pillow talk admitted shooting up the gambling house?
Objection 403 as well as hearsay.
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
And do you remember telling police that Motunk told Woody and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window?
I don't know.
Did YSL and If Gang, from that point on, not talk to one another?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police from the time that the dugout was shot up in December, you said to them, after being asked, y'all just don't talk to each other from that point on, right? You said, yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
And Detective Gaither said, meaning YSL and If Gang. Do you remember her saying that?
No.
And then you said they ain't really mess with each other. It was already tension in the air, but they waited until.
Objection 403.
Do you remember telling the police that there was already tension in the air between YSL and If Gang?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
Now, you.
I got no control over what I do.
You asked the police about if they knew Yak, who is with Thug,
Excuse
who hangs
me?
with Thug.
Why is the police standing around here like he? I don't know. I feel scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you'll be okay.
Do you recall telling the police about helping Yak after he had gotten into it with MDC, helping him out in a fight at the club?
Objection 403.
This is ruled in.
I don't know.
And MDC is from Bankhead, correct?
I don't know.
All right. And MDC is not the same thing as If Gang, correct?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you didn't go to Crucial, but you do hang out with YSL on the block?
What is block?
Did you tell did you tell the police that you hang out with YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell them that you hung out with them at Crucial, but not so much after you got shot in November?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police about Woody and Mooktoon shooting at Kel?
I don't know.
Tell the jury about the video between you, Mooktoon, and talking or shouting out to Kel.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about it?
I don't know.
Do you know when you made the video?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Trevia is.
I don't know.
It's true that Trevia was at one point dating Mooktoon, correct?
I don't know.
And Trevia stopped dating Mooktoon and started dating Kel, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police about a video that you made with Mooktoon calling out Kel, didn't you?
I don't know.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout that you all believe If Gang and specifically Kel was a part of. Is that right?
I don't know.
Did Shannon and Diamante Kendrick or Yak talk to you about the Donovan Thomas murder, didn't they?
No.
They talked to you in 2015 on January 10th, 2015 into the morning of January 11th, 2015, didn't they?
I told you no.
Now, do you remember parts of 2015 now?
I didn't know that day I was at home sick.
You were at home sick from what?
I was at home sick.
Okay. Did you stay at home the entire day?
I don't know.
So if you don't remember, why are you saying you know for sure that you did not speak with Shannon and Yak about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Shit, they ain't come to my house.
You all went to Jeffrey Williams' house, didn't you?
No, I don't remember, no.
You told the police that you, Shannon, and Yak were at Jeffrey Williams' house together following Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I don't know.
Tell the jury who Duop is. Mr. Zachary, can I hear you anything?
You say what?
I said, tell the jury who Duop is.
I don't know.
You told the police that Duop was also responsible.
Mr. Zachary, if you want to drink that water, then drink it, but not stop playing with it.
In my eyes,
You can drink it.
You told the police that Duop was also responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas, didn't you?
I don't know.
You told the police that both Shannon and Yak talked to you about the Donovan Thomas murder because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
I don't know.
And the police asked you which house.
Characterization, this is the problem. That's not what the transcript says.
Your Honor, number one, I object to the speaking objection. And
How am I supposed to combat this?
and two, it doesn't matter what a transcript says. I'm asking questions.
Well, Your Honor, there needs to be a good faith basis, and we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have him say, I don't remember. That's misleading to the
And
jury.
Your Honor, making up things.
Overruled. Ask the question.
All right. So Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas, partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right?
No.
And you all were at Thug's house, right?
No.
The police asked you whether it was the new one or the old one, didn't they?
No, I don't know.
And you told the police it was the old one, his condo down there. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that Yak was hanging with a girl named Bushi, correct?
I don't know.
And you told the police that based on what Yak and Shannon told you, they saw Nut at the barbershop,
I don't-
right?
I don't know.
And you said that they saw him at the barbershop. And at the time, D was with them, but he later got into another car. Remember?
No.
The police asked you, which car were they in when they saw him? Do you remember that?
No.
And you told the police the Infiniti G35. Remember?
I don't know.
Do you remember the police asking you what color it was?
I don't know.
You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager Amina had rented it.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night.
I don't know.
You said that you went to a little kickback.
That's a lie.
Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened?
I don't remember. I didn't know it. They don't sound like none of that's true.
So which part are you calling a lie?
You,
Okay. Well, which part of what I said was a lie?
everything you ever said.
All right. So you told the police that you thought you had wrecked the car, didn't you? Mr. Zachary, you thought you and Woody had
don't remember.
And you weren't drunk, but y'all were just flying, trying to see how fast the car could go.
If we wrecked it, how was it used after that?
It's what I just said about you all driving fast to see what the car was doing, something that you told the police.
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police that the car was definitely rented from Thug, correct?
And I told them that I never saw Thug in that car. I didn't tell them I definitely knew. I told them Woody told me.
So now you remember talking about the car.
I don't
and
remember.
Specifically the Infinity rented by Amelia, correct?
I don't know.
That you now say you told them you never saw Thug inside, correct?
I know I said that.
Huh?
I know I said that.
Okay, and you also said that the car was rented for Thug, correct?
I say I never said that. I know. I say Woody told me. I remember that. And I say I never saw him in the car, so Woody had to be lying. I remember that.
You told the police, that Thug let Shannon, Nard, and Yak drive that car, didn't you?
If we wrecked the car, how can he drive?
Did you tell the jury last week that while you were riding in the car, you spun out and the bubble came off?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police as well that Shannon and Yak pulled up on Bougie.
I don't know.
You also told the police that you and Moulton, you didn't know about what was going on with respect to the murder of Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
So how can I tell something else? I say I ain't know what's going on.
So is that right? You told the police.
I don't
y'all
know.
didn't
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody was scared at the time?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with the murder?
I don't know that.
Did you talk to the police about a gang meeting?
I don't know what a gang is.
You don't know what a gang is? Did you ever hear, do you remember talking to the police about Fifth Gang and their beef with YSL?
I don't know.
So when you hear Fifth Gang, did you ever ask the police what a gang is?
I don't know.
You told the police that the exact words Shannon told you as far as what happened was, you caught that skin nut down bad,
Shannon never told me nothing.
but you told the police you did, didn't you?
I don't know.
You said, specifically, he said, we caught that nigga nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing. Yeah, Shannon don't even talk like that.
And when you talked to the police, you told them, you asked him who? And Shannon told you him, Yak, and Dua. You remember that?
No.
And you told the police that according to Shannon, they had, an AK, correct?
I don't know.
And according to you, when you talked to police, they also had a 45.
I don't know.
You told the police that the 45 was Shannon's gun, according to what Shannon told you, correct?
Shannon never told me nothing.
talked to the police as well about OG Bentley, didn't you?
I don't like talking about the dead.
OG Bentley is deceased?
Yes. Tragic.
When was he deceased? When did he die?
I think when I was in jail.
When, not where, when did he die?
I think when I was in jail, I was hearing it. He died. It's
Okay, so
tragic. I don't
do
like
you know
talking
for a
about that.
fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about that.
All right. Do you know for a fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about the dead.
Did she,
Yes.
Can the witness back, please? Go ahead, Ms. Swope.
And, Judge, I asked that, if I could just be reminded, whether I asked you that answer to the question.
You didn't get an answer.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a 45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Permission to publish it.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet. though.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie Charlie application.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something to get you getting that or anything like that?
I want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
Do you recognize the person that the pointer is on?
No.
Isn't that OG Bentley?
I told you, Miss Love, I like speaking on the dead. I don't know if that's him though.
You don't know if that's him. All right, I'm gonna show you 10 Charlie Charlie.
That is Jim
Sorry, that
Shirley.
is 10. I'm gonna show you 24 Charlie Charlie. What about the person who is depicted in 24 Charlie Charlie? Is that the person you know is OG Bentley?
I don't remember.
Do you know if that person is Kelvin Treadwell? That person to be named Kelvin Treadwell.
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not you recall speaking about a spot Bentley had on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know.
Do you know if Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't like speaking on the dead, Miss Love.
We'll get through it as respectfully and quickly as possible. Do you know if OG Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue on Oak? Right.
I don't remember.
You told the police that he did, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that as between Shannon and Yak, Shannon was the one that told you first about killing Nut, didn't you?
I don't know.
And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't they?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon told you the same night that Donovan Thomas got killed. What happened?
It couldn't have been because I wasn't there. I was told I was at home, so I don't remember.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Moncton?
No, I just told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police how Shannon was telling you that they were gonna meet Bushi?
I don't remember no Shannon that night.
Do you know, or can you tell the jury who Bushi is?
I don't know.
Was Bushi dating Yak at the time?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon described how it was that they came upon Donovan Thomas and how they rolled back around and started shooting.
That's a lie. A lie. If I did say it.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
I don't know.
Isn't that the person you call Nard?
I don't know him.
You don't know him at all?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that we shoot at them and they make a police report? They say we shoot at them and they make a police report, but they shoot at us and we say nothing?
I don't know.
You were talking about if gang being they and YSL being we, weren't you?
I don't know who they and who were.
I'm sorry?
I don't know who they and we are. I know who I am.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I told you. I don't remember.
You told the police that you, Shannon, Dee, Woody, and Yak went to Florida. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You told them that you all went on a Sprinter van, didn't you?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
You said you don't remember?
I don't know.
And this was in the further into the day after Donovan Thomas was murdered, correct?
I don't know.
You all came back a little bit early, didn't you?
I don't know.
Woody expressed being concerned about people shooting at his house while he was down there, right?
I don't know.
Now, Yak told you at a different time than Shannon told you about the murder. Isn't that correct?
You had no told me nothing.
And Dua was Yak's friend. Isn't that correct?
I don't know no do what.
You told the police when asked how Dua fits into all this, you said he's Yak's homeboy, correct?
I don't know.
And the police asked you, so him and Yak are close, correct?
I don't know.
And you said, yeah. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police that you didn't know Dua personally, right?
I don't know.
You told him that you just say, what's up? And that's pretty much it. Is that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that the spot that Bentley had on Oak Drive was one where he sold drugs, right?
You ain't no selling no drugs. I ain't like that. Ain't that type of person.
Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I never saw Bentley sell no drugs.
That's not what I asked. Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Sir?
No.
Okay. Now, Bentley did used to drive a white Nitro, didn't he?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he did drive one, but he wrecked it or something by August 2015?
I don't know.
And did you tell the police that Bentley had a child with Nut's sister?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in the hours after Donovan Thomas's murder, that Doug was acting sort of nonchalant? He was acting sort of, he wasn't excited or anything.
I know I didn't say that.
You also talked to police and told them that even though you had nothing to do with it, you went down to Florida just to go down there.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug had a show down there?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after the shooting, you said you didn't describe him as nonchalant. Did you call him normal?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Motu didn't go down to Florida with you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the mood while y'all were in Florida was that they were afraid?
I don't know what's my other move there.
Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about a rumor regarding Woody and Lucci's studio?
I don't know.
Do you know about a place called TIG?
I don't know.
Do you know about a studio called TIG?
I don't know.
Is the vault
studio a place that you're familiar with?
I don't know about no studios.
Do you remember talking to the police about when YSL first shot at Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really escalated?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was just guns up for both sides?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Tay shot Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the police about Woody getting jumped on?
I don't know.
And do you remember talking to the police about people jumping on Bloody J after that?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that they pulled off and that Kel had already gone?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you all ran up the street? Sir,
I don't know.
do you remember telling the police that you all went in two separate cars?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was with you and Shannon that night that Woody got jumped on at the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was on stage performing and that Woody was making his way up to the stage flashing money?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that as Woody was making his way up the stage flashing money, that he got jumped, he got pulled down?
I just told you I don't remember.
Let's take a quick break. I'm sorry. I thought that was good to number break. Let's go ahead and take one.
Do you remember? Go ahead. No?
I see the date.
Yes, sir. Can you need me to?
I was when we say the date.
No. Does looking at the date remind you of about when it was taken? All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you see who you're in the photograph with? Who are you in the photograph with?
You and Shannon.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph of you and Shannon taken at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 493 Yankee. And just so that anyone from the defense sees, there you go. And let Mr. Shar see it. State tenders 493 Yankee.
It's admitted.
Mr. Zachary, what we're gonna do is look up at the screen. We're gonna blow up 493 Yankee, okay? And then I just want you to tell the jury as we blow it up, starting with the people inside, if you could blow it up a little bit more, the faces, tell the jury who the pointer is on now.
Okay.
That's you in the white shirt?
Yeah.
And the person to your left with the black hoodie on, who is that?
Shannon.
Okay? And if you will push it up, that date, January 16th, 2015, when you looked at it, was that around the date that this photograph was taken, or
I don't know.
was it taken obviously before this date? Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Lil D at RO5 Lil D. Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. And that caption at the bottom, would you read that?
Can't read.
Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you say earlier that you read newspapers? You saw an article in a newspaper. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
You don't remember? We gangster in every city we go. That sound about right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Now, when you post things on social media, who puts the captions on your posts?
Who said I posted it?
I'm asking you a question, not that you posted it. I'm asking you who puts the captions on your posts.
Anybody I get a phone to and ask for a caption.
So you ask people to put captions on your posts? All right. When you talked about the Club Crucial fight where Booty got jumped on, you and Thug stayed in the club while everyone else went outside after Booty got jumped on. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's what you told the police though, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police that everybody went to get guns, right?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
What?
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about Shannon swinging on Bloody J?
I don't know.
Did you talk with the police about who shot up Lucci's mama's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that? Your Honor, okay. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Zachary, at the time that Lucci's mom's house got shot up, Lucci was hanging with Kellen then, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You told the police that, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. You believed that at one point Kel shot at Summer at the Crystals, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that Trevia and Summer's cousin were at the Crystals and Kel and them had words?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that during that time you were in Miami
I don't know.
and you weren't in that car?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that the night when Demikian got jumped was the first time they ever let you ride with them when they went to do something?
I don't know.
You told the police that you had bought a 7.62 and a Draco, correct?
I don't know.
And in fact, you bought the Draco for yourself when Summer's car had gotten shot up, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you who runs YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug wasn't right there when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your brother and Slug started YSL?
I don't know.
Did the police ask you, what about DK?
I don't know.
Do you know who DK is?
Uh-uh.
Do you know Walter Murphy?
Uh-uh.
Did you tell the police that Tay, Slug, and a few of their friends who grew up together started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Slug told Thug what was going on and Thug just ran with it?
I told him he was just a rapper, so and that's his friend, so that's what I remember telling him.
I'm sorry, one more time for me.
I remember telling him that he was a rapper, and that was his friend stuff. I remember telling him that,
That who was a rapper
Mr. Williams.
and who was his friend's stuff?
What I said,
Who was his friend?
sure.
And that Thug just ran with it.
So he just put in his songs.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Now, did you, during the time that you knew Mr. Williams early on, did you ever know him to be with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Jeffrey Williams was never Red Cartel, he was with Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Rock Crew and YSL are the same thing?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they fell out with Boo because Boo was snitching on Mo, and that's when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing name, just for the record?
I don't know.
Did the police show you some photographs? Specifically, they showed you one of Doo-Wop.
I don't know no photos.
Did you sign a picture of Doo-Wop and put your signature over it?
I don't know no photos.
Did you look at a picture of Nard?
I don't know no photo.
Did you tell the police about how long Moontook knew your dad?
I don't know.
Did you identify Yak for the police?
I
Did you identify Shannon for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, or write for the police an SB over Shannon's picture?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that SB stands for Shannon Badass?
And then bad, I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the night that Donovan Thomas got killed, Shannon had a 45?
I told you earlier, no. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Duop and Nard were in the car and Nard was driving?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in addition to Shannon, Nard also told you at Thug's house,
I don't know.
at the condo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police how you linked up with Shannon, Thug, and Yak and the rest after Donovan Thomas' murder?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontook called you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontook told you someone had killed Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontook followed you to Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you left Summer's car at Thug's house when you all went to Miami?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Lil D was at Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you point out or did you talk to the police about a different shooting that happened on April 26, 2015 at the Citgo on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know nothing about that.
Do you remember yesterday when I showed you a photo, or not yesterday, but last week when I showed you a photograph and asked you if you recognize Nard in the photograph?
Told you I don't know.
Okay. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. I need this. Do you remember identifying Bentley in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember identifying DK in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Bentley had a little nitro every day?
Bentley what?
Had the nitro every day.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't know.
Did you go to the compound that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were with Slug when you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went in two different cars?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you were in a Benz, a white Benz?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you were at LaCroix before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug's sister went to the compound because everyone was deep?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that she was in her truck?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that it was an Explorer, a two-door Explorer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK was with her when she pulled up?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK and them pulled her out of the car?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that the sister of Thugs that was there was Max?
I don't know.
Do you remember the police asking you if after the compound, did everybody go back to the studio at any time?
I don't know.
You may.